is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with these Bettinati experts to give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BettinatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Bettinati experience.
Had to use all 26. Pinch hit with Andy Ibanez. Pinch hit with Justin Henry Malloy. Back-to-back walk-off wins. A sweep for the Tigers. Great nights at the ballpark.
Sweet it is.
Yep. All right, we got the schedule game coming up at 6:35. What we're going to do today is Jim's version and John's version. And I'm going first at 6:35. We're going to wait to see if you've got him winning 14 or 15 games again.
See what kind of bus I'm putting out there?
Yeah. Now, true to form, I did not want to overthink this. First blush, I surprised myself with how this went. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. We'll go through that at 6:35. Some notes on the Lions schedule, John. 5 primetime games, plus Thanksgiving and, yes, Heather, and Christmas. They have 2 Monday night, 2 Sunday night, a Thursday night, and those holidays, plus all the 425 games, which are national TV games. Dave Burkett's the first I saw to point this out. Every road game will either be on national TV or in primetime.
Welcome to being a good team.
Yeah, and being a draw. The bye week is in the middle, which is nice, week 8. The stretch before the bye, I think, may be their toughest. Without Aleem McNeil, weeks 3 through 7, where you're going to face Baltimore, Kansas City, the Bucs, who've given this team trouble. That's maybe the toughest stretch on this.
It is. And so my first reaction was, okay, how does this schedule start because of the new play callers on both sides of the ball?
Also true.
You're going to have to be up to speed, obviously, against Green Bay. Chicago, I want to see how they look in the preseason, which is not a great indicator, how they open things up. But then obviously you're at Baltimore, it's Cleveland, Cincinnati, Kansas City. Like, that's a tough stretch. Not that Cleveland's a tough stretch, but it doesn't give the play callers much time. That's why I look at the preseason. Not that the starters are going to play, and no, I don't want them to play at all. I want John Morton, more than anybody, to get into a good rhythm of calling this offense and not get caught into what's working, what's not working with the 2s, 3s, 4s. I want him to be working with Dan Campbell on how Dan wants this offense, what the identity is going to be of this offense. And a lot of that won't be determined on the playing field. It'll be determined at practice. They're going to get that extra week because they're going to be playing in the Hall of Fame game, which I think this year, normally I look at that and go, I don't like that. Vets aren't going to like it. But with a new play caller, having that extra week is nice. And I know that we're going to talk about the whole Christmas Day event that is now the NFL. And Heather, do you have the schedule that I printed out?
Oh, I can give you one. We got
no. I want.
don't have it in
you
my
don't.
hand.
Oh, you don't.
Is this it? This is the schedule?
Yes,
I was like, what is this in my stack of papers?
Stupid paper,
I pushed it to the side.
I believe there was a fat old man I saw this morning, and he left you a note on week 17. Did that?
What does it say?
Santa, please let Colin watch.
No. I really didn't think we were going to get a Christmas game, but I can't wait to talk about this later in the
Christmas
show.
wish.
This one says, give Colin a heads up before he calls. I have a feeling it will be a short phone call. After looking at the Lions schedule, it has been. After looking at the schedule, the first person I thought of was Heather and her reaction to the Christmas game. I was like, holy heck. How am I going to sell this?
I didn't even respond to your text.
I want to know, how did you guys know? Or had you heard? Because as soon as I saw
you were the
news,
first. You broke it to me.
I broke it to you guys.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure as soon as I saw that, I thought, I got to send it to the group text.
And what did I say? I say, great, exciting, new family traditions.
And I kept waiting. I was literally waiting all day for a response from one Heather Park. Did you type
I started
and
to
delete?
Type, delete. And then I said, you know what? I'm not feeling great. I'm going to bed, and I'm not responding.
You did the mature thing.
Wow.
You typed out something, and then you took a breath and said, no, you know what? I'm going to be a grown-up. And then it hit you again. You typed, you took a breath, and said, you know what? I'm not in the right frame. Because I know when you left here yesterday, you were tired.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling great. So I definitely was like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm going to sleep. Take a nap.
Well,
And then I felt bad for not responding.
Oh, you're fine. You'll respond today at 6:50.
I know. I was looking at my phone, staring at it all day. Screen time went up yesterday.
end of this hour, we'll get your response. And we phrase it as thumbs up or thumbs down, but you'll use a different finger, I'm sure. So we'll get to that. We got the schedule game, but first, Heather in the news.
Well, one person was taken to the hospital after a shooting on the Lodge Wednesday afternoon. So Michigan State Police said that the shooting happened shortly after 2:30 along the southbound lanes right near 8 Mile. And after receiving calls when troopers arrived, Detroit EMS was already there treating a 64-year-old man from Birmingham for a gunshot wound. The man was alert, was conscious, was doing okay at the scene, but was taken to the hospital for further treatment. His car had several bullet holes in it. So the shooting remains under investigation. I mean, they shut the highway down and there was a lot of traffic because it sounds like they don't know the suspect, obviously don't know the motive. So there's a lot to unpack there, but I'm guessing road rage because that's what we've seen in the past, but maybe there's more to the story than meets the eye, but very scary for sure.
So I saw, and you may have just said this, I don't want to repeat it, but when I was watching this story develop on TV, guy was shot in the head.
Oh, I did not say that. I did not know that.
Oh yeah, and then I saw him on the stretcher, like sitting up, and they were taking him to the hospital. Yeah.
That he was up and alert and conscious and chatting, but maybe it was like a
graze.
Yeah, I don't know. When you hear shot in the head, you're like, ooh.
Yikes. Yeah, I didn't hear that. That changes it a little bit. Authorities are investigating after a student at Centerline High School brought a gun to the school.
This is the dumbest story I think I've heard in some time.
So on Tuesday afternoon, a parent actually contacted the school's superintendent about a picture that their child had seen of a student with a handgun. Okay?
They took a picture?
Yes, they took a picture. Yes. So police were called to the school. School went into lockdown. The student that was seen in the picture with the gun was found, taken into custody, and the gun was also eventually discovered. Then 2 other students who are accused of taking the photo were also arrested.
Why were they arrested? What was the...
Well, because you willingly know that this kid is going to have a gun in school, and you're taking a photo to... Yeah, they were part of... They knew about it and did nothing about it.
First of all, dumb... Bringing a gun to school, dumb, and then posing with it and admitting guilt before.
Yeah, but social media, John, you got to let everyone know.
No.
You need those likes. Anyway, parents and neighbors say the school isn't doing enough to keep students safe. They want to see changes. They'd like to see more metal detectors. The school district did put out a statement detailing what happened, and they asked for parents to talk to their kids about guns and gun safety. Frankenmuth's first and only luxury boutique hotel, The Mill at Zender Park, is set to open in 2026.
Okay.
So maybe plan,
time.
next
this
year,
is your
Jim,
ticket to go into Bronner's.
There you go.
Yeah, you need a fancy boutique.
Yes, and not only this boutique hotel, it's also going to be complete with a speakeasy-style cocktail bar
I like that.
hidden beneath, which is what a speakeasy should be, down under, right?
Any upside-down pineapples?
That's to be determined. We'll have to wait and see about that. You could bring one, Jim, and just set it down, let everyone know you're there. The Landmark Lounge will offer an intimate cocktail experience, so maybe great for those pineapples, as well as some small plates. The hotel, which is kind of cool, is actually a recreation of the historic mill that was built at the same site in 1848. The cocktail lounge, the Landmark Lounge, will be open to the public. They say obviously it will be great for travelers, for locals. You can enjoy a night out in Frankenmuth, but you can also rent it for private events, weddings, whatever, milestone celebrations, things like that. So very cool to see. I thought this was kind of interesting. It's National Pet Month. So here's a question for you. Would you sacrifice your partner to add years to your pet's life? Should be an easy answer,
question.
right? I know, but I saw this and I thought, oh my gosh, 1 in 7 dog owners said that they would ditch their partner or spouse if it meant they could increase their dog's lifespan by 3 years. And you know who said that the most, Jim?
Men?
It's recent or soon to be divorcees.
Cat
Millennials.
owners? Oh, millennials. I don't know where you're going with that.
Just something that we're both in the millennial
Yes.
Generation. Other things people would give up for their pets to
You'd
live
have
longer.
to pick which dog.
And I'm
Sorry,
thinking
Colin.
about it. Of all groups, Gen Zers would most would be most likely to give up their favorite meal
Okay.
so that their dogs could live longer.
Your favorite meal?
Gen Xers would be most likely to give up coffee forever. And then boomers would be most likely to have all of their favorite TV shows or movies spoiled for them to trade in 3 more years with their dog. People love their animals, right?
Yeah.
Finally, Live Nation is launching another ticket promotion this summer. It's called the $30 Ticket to Summer. Over 1,000 concerts will be available to choose from. So obviously, lots of different artists. Halsey, The Offspring, Rod Stewart, Billy Idol, Styx, yada, yada, yada. The list goes on and on and on. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday, the 21st.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Heather with the news. Schedule game next. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need help, you want to look for someone who cares about you. That's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG and his team, and it's true. They got an experienced team staffed up to get you the biggest possible payout. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you're not a number in the insurance game. Team's going to look after you when you need it most. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's spelled Kajy, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. All right, it's the schedule game. Hot off the presses. Let's get into it. We'll do my version first.
Okay.
Disclaimer. This is my first blush reaction. Subject to change and likely will. When I did this,
Oh, you're not going to take a stand. You're just going to, it's my first blush, but tomorrow I'll change my mind. Day after that, I'll change my mind.
No, I just mean like when we get into the season, I'm not going to be held to this. Stuff's going to change. Guys are going to get injured. Narratives are going to form. But this was my first reaction, and I actually surprised myself. Let's start week 1, Green Bay Packers. Lions, 6-1 their last 7 against Green Bay, including 3 straight at Lambeau. I think run-heavy foundation for new offensive coordinator John Morton and a 1-0 start for the Detroit Lions. Week 2, the Bears at home. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. They want to be us, but they're not. Ben Johnson doesn't get to take Dan Campbell with him, and that gets solidified. Get scared, but a together team pulls it out. J-Mo, 65-yard end-around touchdown, gives him a 2-0 start to the season.
Calling your shot.
That's right. Week 3, Monday Night Football in Baltimore. They wear their all-black uniforms, and the game is a shootout. Lamar Jackson's ability to extend plays fires up the edge debate. Ravens win 2-1. Browns facing outside pressure. They make a quarterback change at 0-3. Shedeur Sanders, NFL debut. He sacked 5 times by 5 different Lions. Comfortable win. Lions bounce back 3-1, 4 games in.
Oh, answers that edge debate, I guess.
Yeah, conversation over. Except in week 5, they travel to Cincinnati, and the debate we want to know right now is which team will Trey Hendrickson play on? He'll be suiting up for the home team. He'll get a sack fumble off of Goff late, and the Bengals pull off the win. Lions are 3-2. Prime time against the Chiefs. We know Detroit gets up for these games. They don't lose back-to-back under Campbell, and I think they get a signature victory to calm everybody down. 4-2 Lions.
Okay.
At 4-2, they get the Monday night game against the Bucks. Whispers of Aleem McNeil coming back to the practice field, but not yet on the football field. Monday night party, Lions avenge one of their 2 regular season losses from last year. They go into the bye at 5-2, which I think is no small feat given coordinator changes, given the fact that they don't have Aleem McNeil. Out of the bye, rested up, they've got the Vikings. Goff has carved up that Brian Flores defense. This is no exception. Lions score on their final 5 possessions to close it out and start 6-2 with some big games ahead. But at 6-2, the deadline comes and goes. The healthy Lions like their guys and hold firm. Week 10 at the Commanders. On the opening drive, Jaden Daniels gets hit going out of bounds and hurts his ankle. Marcus Mariota has to play the rest of the way, and the Lions win in a laugher. There's a national debate over whether the hit was dirty, and locally we wonder, how do we judge that win with a backup quarterback?
This is amazing.
In Week 11, they'll
Your
travel.
imagination is great.
In Week 11, they'll play at the Eagles. This is the game everybody's circling. Home field will matter. A street fight will be won by the team with the better O-line, D-line combo. Jalen Carter disrupts Goff's timing on a key fourth-quarter possession. Lions fall to 7-3. Week 12 against the Giants. The poor Giants have to deal with the Lions off a loss. Valeni has already resorted to rooting for draft position as he dons the Lions engine block headgear. Dart's not in yet because the bye hasn't hit, and the Lions win easy. They are 8-3 on the season. Thanksgiving Day against the Packers. Lions, fully healthy defense is the story here. Aleem McNeil makes a difference. They're about to turn it up a notch for the stretch run. Gibbs a 3-touchdown day. Detroit's 9-3. Thursday night football against the Cowboys. The heat is on in Dallas. First-year head coach Brian Schottenheimer is feeling it after an ugly Thanksgiving loss to the Commanders. Daniels is back now. Jerry Jones publicly backs his coach, but they lose ugly, another 3-score blowout for the Cowboys in back-to-back weeks. Lions are 10-3. Week 15 at the Rams. Extra rest and an extra home game for Detroit. I don't care that it's in LA. You know Detroit fans are going to take over. It'll be another close battle between these two, with the Lions winning on the 2-minute drill. 11-3 for the Detroit Lions.
Wow, where's this going?
Week 16, the Steelers. That team versus that guy. Aaron Rodgers, they need this to stay alive in the wild card race. And of course, Kirby Joseph's getting an interception and the Lions win. That is 5 straight, 12-3. They're getting hot at the right time. Week 17, Christmas Day. Heather and Colin have a wonderful Christmas morning with the kids. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, we're all feeling the way Heather is. Frustrated. Short week, plus I think J.J. McCarthy has settled in. His running helps them in the red zone. Lions lose. They're 12-4. Final game of the season at the Bears. The Bears, the narrative is they want to have their Lions moment. They want to end the year like the Lions did in 2022, playing spoiler. The Lions have plenty to play for with seeding, and with 10 days to prepare, they bounce back and deny Ben Johnson that moment. The Lions go 13-4.
Wow.
I did not expect to do this.
Wow.
But this is how it played out. Now,
with the second toughest schedule in the NFL.
And then I zoomed out and I go, maybe they lose one more to attrition. Maybe it's one more in that Bucks, Chiefs, Bengals stretch. But yeah, man, 12-13 wins. I couldn't find.
Well, it's not 12-13 wins. It's 13 wins.
13 wins.
And not only that, but Jayden Daniels gets knocked out, but then comes back to play against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the narrative you have going throughout the course of this whole schedule. I
did not expect to pick 13 wins.
Interesting. Very interesting. So let's go back on this for just a moment.
Yeah, please. I welcome feedback.
So you have them losing to Baltimore, Cincinnati.
Yep.
The Eagles.
And the Vikings.
They
would go undefeated at home. They would only go, they go 5-1 in the division.
Question I have for you. At 12-4, after they lose to the Vikings on Christmas Day, and they get the lump of coal, do they have the division locked up at that point?
Yes, but they want to fight for seeding.
Okay, all right.
And Campbell would play hard even if they didn't.
No, I agree with that. I'm just wondering if at that point, I mean, losing to Minnesota, so basically going into those final 2 division games, Minnesota and Chicago, they've already got it locked up.
Because I think Green Bay's the biggest threat, and they would have gone 2-0 against Green Bay. They'd have the tiebreaker in their back pocket.
Okay.
Tom, I know you got thoughts on this schedule. We'll do John's later.
They are, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are undefeated at home.
Yes. Perfect home record, 5-1 in the division, and they have a 5-game win streak post-bye, post-Eagles to heat up. I think I have them winning, 5 of the last 6 games? Or 6 of the last 7 games. Yeah. 6 of 7.
I was a little surprised by that, too. I kind of had you just pinpointed for 12 wins.
That's what I expected.
Whether how you got there or not, I mean, look, they'll probably end up losing a home game that we don't see coming, and they'll probably win a game that we didn't see coming and stuff. That's usually how it plays out, but I think that is awfully... I think Mike's going to rip you apart today if he hears about this.
Oh, no. I guess I should change my opinion so Mike doesn't make fun of me later.
No, because look.
Trust me, it won't matter because last year when I said 14 wins...
Nobody wins 14 games.
Yeah, everybody was ready to crucify me. So
I know how it sounds. I did not go into this looking to pick them to win 13 games, but one at a time, you have a hard time picking against the Lions in many of these matchups. I mean, I could give them the Kansas City loss or the Bucs loss. I'm still at 12. I'm still over their preseason win total, and I think with a tough schedule, people are going to have a hard time finding losses, though.
So the deal breaker for me is that they got those 3 franchise quarterbacks, top-tier quarterbacks, Burrow, Lamar, and Mahomes, in the first 6 weeks, and there's going to be no McNeil for sure, probably. And so I think the discussion, I can see us, Brad, you should have got an edge. Brad, you should have got an edge. That's what we're going to be talking about. I'm going with 11-6.
Okay.
I've kind of was around that number even before this thing came out. I actually think overall the schedule's set up pretty nice for them considering how many hard games they have.
Yeah.
They've got some breaks in there. You should be able to take care of the Bears that early. Ben Johnson's a new coach, and whatever you think of him, I mean, he'll probably have a trick play save for them. He's already saw that. It's like, I'm going to go in there and show him what
Roma
it's all
Dunze passing touchdown.
Right, exactly.
So 11-6. Who are your losses again?
How do you find 6 losses?
My extra 2 were Kansas City.
Okay, I get that.
And the Rams.
Okay, the reason I think the Rams have the potential to win that game, but with 10 days to prepare, I couldn't pick against the Lions in that spot.
But I think I'm looking at it from the Rams' perspective. They're going to be fighting for the NFC West right then.
yeah.
With San Francisco,
Probably because they have the, I think,
they've
one
got
of the easiest.
No, they have the 32nd toughest schedule, which is, I mean, okay, they're playing the last place, schedule, which because last year was a disaster for them. But
If they stay healthy, they're making the playoffs. The 49ers.
13-4. See what ticket texters have to say on
So
that.
what are we calling the 13-4?
I don't know.
Because the bus was 12-5, right?
Yeah.
Or the 14-3
No.
was the bus.
yeah, the bus was 14 wins.
Yeah. I don't know.
13-4.
Workshop it.
The shuttle.
Yes,
I'm on the 11-6 BBT.
yeah. The Q line.
Oh no. So we're not getting
The
very far.
13-4 Q line. That is what
God.
it is. Hop aboard the Q line, people.
All right,
It doesn't
I
go very far. I hope that doesn't mean bad news for the
I was going to
playoffs.
say, I can't wait to see what ticket texters have to say. We're also going to get into some bigger schedule conversations, including that Christmas Day. It's 97-1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, some ticket text, and yes, we'll talk Christmas Day where the Lions will play. Thumbs up, thumbs down, or double birds, the Heather Park special. So we played the schedule game.
Is that 2 partridges in a pear tree?
I had them winning 13 games, which I didn't expect given the coordinator losses and the tough schedule, but just how it worked out, going game by game. So first texter says I live in fantasy land, and the next called me the ultimate jinx, predicting a 9-8 season now for the Lions.
So last year you were at 12 wins, right? Mm-hmm. So you've improved by 1 win. You've bought in a little bit more. And now I know you did have some injuries in there to opponents. Mm-hmm. We have no idea what the injuries will be for the Lions when they occur. Your thoughts on the placement of the bye week?
Seems optimal, middle of the season. Mm-hmm. Chance to maybe get Aleem McNeil back into the month of November for some big games with the Eagles and Commanders. And I had them winning 6 of the last 7 games, which I think will be common. I think a lot of people will have them ending playing well and winning games.
The back end of the schedule appears to be an easier stretch than the front end.
The thing I was self-critical of myself was maybe without McNeil early or some random attrition, they drop one I'm not expecting, but I still don't see some big... I guess I have them stepping back, John, from 15 wins all the way down to 13 wins. Texter says, Valeni has created an army of moronic Lions fans. Who cares if he makes fun of you? I'm with you, Jim. 13-4 signed Nate. 13-4 short bus.
Oh.
13-4 and the 2
What does that mean?
I don't know. 13-4 and the 2. I get what he's saying. Two seed behind
really?
Washington. What else we got? Mark him down for 17 wins. Yada, yada, yada. We'll take more of your thoughts on the ticket text 248-539-9797.
Don't get your feelings hurt. It's okay to have your own take on this. It's okay to go out there and be confident in Dan Campbell, in this offense, and in a defense that I think is not going to be the best defense in the NFL, but if it remains healthy, it's going to be better than the defense that they had last year. And the defense that they had last year helped them get to 15 wins.
We'll get your schedule game in the 8 o'clock hour. Want to know if you get back to 14
It's under lock
wins.
and key, by the way.
Okay. So you're not going to be swayed by any of my expert analysis?
No. I did take notes. But no, I think most people believe that I am not swayed by anything you say.
My son Quick last night made one reference to the schedule. He said they play the Ravens again in the 3rd week of the season. That was when Tucker made the kick.
Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Well, you know one thing, it's etched in his head.
Right.
His first reaction.
Yes.
Tormented as a Lion. Yeah.
That's a deep scar.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk Christmas Day.
Yes, let's please talk Christmas Day. And the Christmas present that we received yesterday. We received an early Christmas present when they announced that there were going to be 3 games again on Christmas. It happens to be a Thursday. And what does the NFL do on Thursdays?
Play football games.
They play football games.
Yep.
All right. And it happens to be a holiday. And what does the NFL do on holidays that are during the football season?
They play.
Okay. So I don't think anyone should be shocked. I understand family. I understand traditions. I also understand the NFL, football, and ratings. These are going to be great ratings. And why is that, you ask? Well, it's the self-anointed America's team in the Dallas Cowboys who are playing on Thanksgiving and on Christmas. It's the darlings of the NFL and the Fighting Taylor Swifts that will be also playing on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Why? Because people like to watch them. Whether you hate them or love them, you still watch them. So when you are a 15-2 team and you were a part of almost every game last year was one of the top 100 ratings for the entire year, including all broadcasts, not just football. You were a part of almost every single one of those matchups. You're going to be on prime time. The Lions are on prime time every time they're on the road. They're on Thanksgiving. That's tradition. They're going to be on Christmas Also because, hey, welcome to being good. Welcome to people wanting to watch the Detroit Lions.
It's the ultimate compliment. The Lions are one of the biggest draws in football, with the Dallas Cowboys and the Kansas City Chiefs playing on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. Christmas, you get your morning, you open your presents, and then really, you should be staying at home base. Perfect to put on the football game.
Mm-hmm. And again, thank you, Santa, for delivering 3 games. And thank you for putting the Lions on Christmas, but putting them on Christmas on the road. No, I know everybody wants to say, oh, well, they have to play on Thanksgiving. How they're not going to be able to spend, Thanksgiving with their families. Well, you know what happens after that Thanksgiving day? You get a couple of days off and you have Thanksgiving later in the day, or you have it on Friday. Welcome to being an NFL football player. Even if you don't play on Thanksgiving, chances are you will have meetings, you will have practice, you'll have walkthroughs, you will have something on Thanksgiving. I did it for a dozen years, and it never changed. So then you fast forward to Christmas, and everybody says, oh, I can't believe their families have to be, playing on Christmas. Well, you don't play for another 10 days, so you can have Christmas on Friday. You can have Christmas on Saturday, any other day of the week that you want, and it's just, again, welcome to being a professional athlete. Going in, you're going to have to be playing or practicing on those holidays. The beautiful part is that it's on the road. So
is that the
Detroit Lions fans don't have to go. They don't have to go downtown. They don't have to, change their entire plan for tailgating, season ticket holders, all of this different stuff. Yes, you can travel to the game if you want to, but you don't have to. Lions will take care of business.
I don't want to give Heather 60 seconds to react to this. Let's go to the update, and we'll give her a chance to air out her feelings about Christmas being hijacked by the NFL and the Detroit Lions. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After losing a series to Texas, the Tigers respond by sweeping the Red Sox. The sweep over Boston concluding last night thanks to a second consecutive walk-off. Justin Henry Malloy playing the role of hero. Tigers with an off day today. They begin a series with Toronto tomorrow. Just 1 win shy, Detroit looking to be the first team in the majors to reach the 30-win mark this season. The Lions have their 17-game regular season schedule officially released. Tons of primetime, nationally broadcasted, and even holiday games on the agenda this year. Detroit being featured both on Thanksgiving and Christmas. In the NHL, last night, Edmonton knocking out Vegas 4-1 in the series following a 1-0 win in overtime. Florida taking the series lead over Toronto 3-2 off of a 6-1 victory. A couple of Game 5s in store tonight, both the Dallas Stars and Carolina Hurricanes with chances to advance to the next round as they each lead their series 3-1. And shifting gears to the NBA, up 3-2 in the series, OKC with a chance to knock out the Nuggets tonight in Denver. Last night, Minnesota eliminating Golden State 4-1 in that series. Meanwhile, Boston keeping their season alive with a win over New York. Celtics now trailing 3-2 in that series. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Thanksgiving and Christmas. Lions being featured this season, 5 primetime games plus the 2 big holidays and all the other national windows in there. The one that stood out, Christmas Day. We're used to Thanksgiving, but now Christmas too. Heather.
Boo! Don't mess with Christmas! Don't mess with Christmas. It is the best day of the year. It is a day to be present with your family. It is not a day to be in this tug of war with the TV and your family. Which one do you give the most time to? And I know, like Colin, and I too would really like to watch a game and sit there and really get into the game. But during Christmas, I would feel guilty doing that, leaving my family while I'm sitting there watching the game. So it's a day where you don't really get to do either fully, right? You can't fully be with your family. You can't fully be connected to your TV. It's just, I hate it. I hate it. I don't want a game on Christmas.
I agree with almost everything you said. It is a day to be with family.
Yes.
It is a day to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, if you want to do that. And it is also an opportunity to share the joy and the love that football brings to so many households.
It brings us together. It's community, Heather.
It's unifying. That's what sports does. It brings us together. Christmas is a time of joy,
Togetherness.
togetherness, and happiness.
Yes.
And
yes, it is.
there is nothing more in my house that brings joy, together, happiness as a group than the game of football.
Nope.
And
And
Lions football.
and the fact that it's Detroit Lions football, because in our house on Saturdays we're either at a game or we're home watching games.
Good.
On Sundays
That's great.
we are at home watching games all day long as an entire family.
That's great.
So to be
Don't
able
do
to
it on
have
Christmas.
those, don't sit there and spend time with my family on Christmas.
No, spend time with your family not watching a game.
That's what we do.
And every other day you can do that. Christmas is not, no, don't do that on Christmas.
But what I'm saying is, it saves me from all of
Having
the
to talk to your family,
stupid.
having
No,
to-
we will talk to our my
During
family
a game,
will
you
be.
will chit chat?
Oh yeah, we'll chit chat. Yeah, I'll make an exception and talk a little bit more on Christmas than stop talking, stop asking dumb questions. But it saves us from having to watch the Hallmark Channel instead of watching that, because we will open presents. Kids will play with presents. They'll put presents away. They'll try on clothes. They'll eat candy. We will have our post-present opening breakfast. And then we sit around and twiddle our thumbs thinking of what are we going to do the rest of the day, because we don't go anywhere. We don't go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. We don't go see Grammy and Papa. We don't do any of that stuff. As I mentioned, as a player, I worked every single holiday, and I was fine with that because I was playing a game, right? It was a dream come true. So when I was done, and then when I met my wife, who happens to be a huge football fan, I said, we're not going anywhere on Christmas Day. We're just not. And that's the way it's been since we've been together, and it's been the way that my kids know. So instead of having to watch the Hallmark Channel, we watch football, because the
Hot
kids...
Frosty doesn't do it for you?
Holiday. Our
The
question.
fact that you knew that quickly really raises an eyebrow.
It's a Netflix special, which this game will be on and will be the alternative. Our question is thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Double thumbs down. Okay, so we already talked. So when Colin was done working, I was like, I'm
Yeah.
sure you've already heard, right? But I asked him, I think I know how you'll react, but tell me how you'll react.
Yes, this is, and you looked at him with, how I want you to answer this question.
Was this a hostage situation?
No, but he's not happy about this. He just said this is lame because
That's what he told you.
no, because he is a huge Lions fan, right? And like the way he likes to watch the games is he doesn't like distractions. Like when a game is on, a game is on. That's what he is watching. That's all he's into.
Okay.
But he loves Christmas just as much as I do. So we talked about it. He's like, okay, 4:30. What are we typically doing? And we do Christmas Day, Christmas morning at our house with the kids and my mom, and we hang out there for most of the day. Then we go over to his family's house. So we're going to be at his family, and he's like, well, there's no way the game's not going to be on. Like
Right.
it
It will
it's
be on.
going to be. But then but he doesn't like it because it will be a very divided house. There's going to be people watching the game in one room. There's going to be all the little kids playing in the other room. The wives, girlfriends will be like in
Yeah.
between both.
See, I thought that maybe the issue
he's not a
would
fan.
be, I know you have stated that you don't like games on Christmas,
No,
but the fact that the Lions are playing your people.
I didn't. I saw that too.
So, John, you said you guys just home base it for Christmas
Oh,
Day.
100%. We're not going anywhere.
That's how we were growing up. Like,
Yeah.
we'd wake up early in the morning, all excited. We'd open our gifts, and then we'd spend all day playing with the gifts that we got. And we'd stay at home, and grandparents would stop by. And that's even how we do it now. I mean, we do a lot of our Christmas Eve is the big get together, leave the house, go see family. Christmas Day is a day where you stay in your pajamas.
Yes. Yeah, for
so then
sure.
you throw the TV on, and what a gift it is to get your football team playing on Christmas Day.
And then
It's
what if
so
they
wonderful.
lose?
Well, we're used to that with
Merry
Thanksgiving.
Christmas.
That's the risk that we run. But then there will be another game on that will ease the pain because we will get a chance to watch more football.
I don't like it.
I said we're used to it because of Thanksgiving. Does that help at all that we're used to planning a holiday around the NFL?
I don't know that matters. I think I could understand Lions fans being a little bit upset because they are making arrangements for Thanksgiving. And now all of a sudden, instead of just that one holiday, now it's two. But I would also say, beggars can't be choosers. You want to be a team that people want to watch. You want to be a team that's relevant. You want the NFL to give you the respect. Well, they've given you the respect. There are only 3 teams playing on both Thanksgiving and Christmas. It is America's team, which it just irks me to say it, but that's how everybody refers to the Dallas Cowboys. It is Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions.
We are in that group.
Yes. Welcome to being good.
The heavy hitters, the popular teams, the teams everybody wants to watch. The Detroit Lions are at the very top of the mountain, and that's why they have the holiday games. Let's get to the phones. Lou in West Bloomfield. Lou, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh, big thumbs up from me. My family is they're huge Lions fans. We all are. We all wore Lions gear in protest at our Super Bowl party last year. But Christmas Day for us is, big family gathering. We're at my parents' house. There's usually, somewhere between 20 and 30 people. There's multiple TVs. All of them will have the Lions game on. And we typically eat dinner around, 4:30 anyway. So having the Lions game come on right at dinner time is great because everyone's going to gather on the TV anyway. So this gets a big thumbs up from us.
That's
We
a
just
whole
happen to
nother
be-
topic.
What?
TV on while you're eating dinner? No, not on Christmas of all days.
We were already doing it for the basketball games when the NBA thought they had Christmas, but now with the NFL, it's even better. It becomes the background noise for us.
Yeah, NBA on Christmas, people have completely forgotten about that. It's non-existent because the NFL has just taken over.
Pistons could be playing on Christmas Day.
And I don't mean any disrespect to the Pistons. I hope they are. I hope they get the respect of the NBA to be playing on Christmas, but I don't care.
But then how about this? Then you get to use that as collateral. You can go, hey, I'm not going to watch the Pistons game on Christmas Day, but I want to be able to watch the Lions game. If you're a guy in that spot negotiating time on the holiday,
well, if
you
you're
get
the
a
NBA,
chip that you're willing to give up in the Pistons.
Right, but okay, so if you're the NBA and you put the Pistons on Christmas, I think next year still might, depending on what they do in free agency, it might be a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
But if that happens, they will not put them. I can't imagine that they would put them in the same window as the Detroit Lions.
No, I would think 1 o'clock if the Pistons play on Christmas Day.
So did Christmas for Detroit sports fans just get even better?
One of the ESPN games you're saying.
Yeah. And then it would beautifully pair up with the doubleheader where the Lions play at 4:30 on Christmas Day.
Like a Ryan Rucco game.
Yeah,
You're not getting Mike Breen or Mark Jones.
No. They'll be doing something else. Ticket texters, double thumbs down. I actually like my family, so I will be spending time with them.
And you know what? I agree with that. But and this is where it differs. In my house, my family loves football. Even the girls, and obviously Jack is going to be watching. Lisa will be watching. This is an absolute home run.
Okay, I get that. And our family loves football too, but it's different than being really connected with somebody where you can sit down and have conversations because you are paying attention to what's on TV. And it is fun to watch a game with your family. It is, but it is different than actually being like engaged with your family, just with your family. You are distracted by what's on TV. And I understand what you're saying, John.
Yeah,
because
I mean, that's the
I agree
focal
with
point
it.
of the
Like that's how our
conversation,
family
yeah.
is too. Like they love football and they love the Lions, but it's just different.
So when my wife and I watch a game, it's very interactive because she has certain opinions on the plays that should be run, defenses that should be run, and I will counter that with something else that it can become confrontational at times, which it's fun for us. And so it's not like we're just going to be sitting there and blindly looking at
And just
the
like
TV
sitting silently. Yeah, it'll be interactive.
And it's very entertaining for the kids.
Ticket texters. Heather's right. Christmas is the best day of the year, and football makes it better. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah.
Forward down the field, Tom in Flat Rock.
Thank you, Tom.
I agree with Heather. No sport should be played on Christmas.
Man.
Texter says Christmas will turn into Festivus at Heather's house with the airing of grievances.
Yes, Festivus for the rest of us.
My family sucks, Heather. The Lions don't. I'll be spending Christmas watching football. Matt in Detroit.
So, Jim, do you care at all? You're going to probably be working Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be on. I assume Rico and I will do the 2 hours beforehand. See, I'll still do the presents in the morning, though.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we've made an executive decision here, or at least we're looking into it at the ticket. Dan and Lomas, you don't feel bad for them that they have to travel and all that stuff. So we might look into Stoney doing play-by-play and Rieger doing color commentator. We're going to make TJ work still, though.
Well, because Hanukkah doesn't fall during.
Chinooka, get that right.
Chinooka.
Sorry.
Yes.
248-539-9797 says, don't you spend time with your family on Thanksgiving, Heather? It's the same thing. You'll still get to do both.
Thanksgiving is my least favorite holiday.
Which that blows my mind. Every time you say that, I know you've said that before, but it still blows my mind. Thanksgiving is awesome because you don't have the pressure of
I
gifts,
don't get to
but
spend
you
as
get all
much
the
time with
great
my
food
family on
and
Thanksgiving.
football.
I don't.
The one note, too, about this, Heather, is they do play division rivals on both these holidays, making it more intense for Colin.
Well, he already brought that up. He's like, of all the games that it could be, we've discussed all of this.
This is awesome. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. And a lot of Lions today. We know the Tigers won with a walk-off. We'll mix that in, too. It's 97-1.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. And want to see if a guy's heating up or hitting the over consistently, or maybe there's somebody's potentially flirting with the triple-double. I'll get it right here. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. And if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. Again, that's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Well, a 19-year-old Melvindale man and former Michigan Army National Guard member was arrested after allegedly plotting to conduct this mass shooting at a military base in Warren. Of course, all on behalf of the ISIS terrorist organization. So this teen was taken into custody on Tuesday. That was the day the attack was actually scheduled to happen. He traveled to the area of near this military base, and then he launched a drone. And the teen then offered to help an undercover FBI agent to basically carry out the attack, right? Like, I'll teach you what to do. I'll teach you how to use these weapons. And obviously the plot was foiled. So thankfully it was, right? He's now facing charges of attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and distributing information related to a destructive device. He faces a maximum penalty of 20 years per count if convicted.
So glad that they caught this. I mean, that made me chalk one up for the good guys.
Yep, exactly. A Sterling Heights police officer helped save a woman's life after her kayak capsized in the Clinton River over the weekend. So it was on Saturday. This officer received a call about a distressed kayaker. This was in Riverland Park. And when he arrived, he found this woman just barely clinging on to a downed tree in the middle of the river. Obviously, kayak tipped over, not there to help her. She was very panicked. She was screaming for help. She didn't have a life jacket on. So obviously, without hesitation, this officer jumped into the river, was able to get to this woman. There was another Good Samaritan nearby that offered her life jacket. So the officer took that to the woman, swam with her back to shore. Turns out it was the woman's first time kayaking.
Oh, wow.
Never done it before. She got caught up in this downed tree, capsized, and she hit her head. Said she was barely holding on by the time he got there. Also, the woman's daughter also lost her kayak. She had to be rescued as well. Thankfully, she's okay.
Was it her first time kayaking?
I'm
too?
guessing
Yeah.
so. She said she was kayaking with her daughter and her niece. Probably all their first time kayaking. You got to do it with a life jacket on if it's your first time.
Yep.
You should be doing it with a life jacket on at all
Regardless.
times. But that's what the Sterling Heights Police Department is saying, is that anybody participating in any water activity should be wearing a life jacket. You should also have access to a cell phone to call 911 if you need help in case of an emergency. So luckily, everyone survived, and this officer knew exactly what to do. A 64-year-old man from Birmingham had to be hospitalized after he was shot while driving his vehicle down the Lodge on Wednesday. This apparent road rage shooting happened shortly after 2:30 along the southbound lanes near 8 Mile. Troopers arrived at the scene. EMS was already there treating this man for a gunshot wound. They did say he was alert, he was conscious when they arrived, but he needed further treatment, was taken to the hospital. His car, several bullet holes. So now it sounds like everything is still under investigation. Who shot at him? Why? And they did close down the freeway for a while, but it sounds like they still need answers. So still looking for some things. Let's see. 3 teens were arrested after one of them brought a gun to their high school. So it happened on Tuesday afternoon at Centerline High School. A parent actually contacted officials because they saw a picture. Their child saw a picture of a student with a gun. So police went to the school. School went into lockdown. The student in the photo was quickly identified. The gun was found. The student was arrested. And then 2 other students who, I guess, helped take the picture were also taken into custody. Thankfully, they did post a photo, right?
Yeah,
because
I
that's
guess
how
that's a way of looking at it.
That
Yeah.
it was a dumb thing to do because they got
told
caught.
on themselves?
They
Perfect.
told on themselves, right? The school district did put out a statement detailing what happened, urging parents now to talk to their kids about guns. So there you have it. According to science, alcohol might make your food taste better. So if you ever have a bad meal, just more booze, please. Studies have found that people who drink alcohol before eating experience not only a higher appetite, but also better tasting food.
Yeah, because you don't care as much.
I was going to say, I think it may help bad food taste not bad. I don't know if you're truly
Right.
appreciating
Exactly,
good
exactly.
food. if
Yeah,
you're-
but unless there's a good pairing with a glass of wine.
I'm just saying, there you have it. Also, if you'd like to win $2,000, this is your time. 248-539-9797. Call in now. Finally, I don't know if this is really big news, but it's news. Max is changing their name back to HBO Max.
So I don't.
Which, I got to be honest, I kind of didn't even realize it had happened. I mean, I know Max is Max, but I always still call it HBO Max.
Yeah. And maybe
I
that's
call
why
it
they're changing
HBO.
back.
Yeah, they never should have changed it.
No.
HBO is iconic. To call it Max was silly, stupid. They fixed it.
Yeah, they're fixing it. So there you go.
All right, people, let's give away some money.
Well, I'm ready to give away $2,000.
Yes,
Let's see
that
if
would
our
be awesome.
contestant can get them all right. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. Let's go.
Our contestant this morning, hailing from Royal Oak, Darren, good morning.
No. Hey, I'm in Monroe.
Okay, Darren
Darren
in
from
Monroe.
Yes, sir.
All right, Darren, you know the rules. If you don't know one, pass. And if there's time, we're going to get back to it. Are you ready to play?
Let's do it.
All right, your time's going to start as soon as I start the first question. Here we go. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tomorrow night?
Oh, I don't even know. Kansas City.
This band had the 2003 hit Mr. Brightside.
Killers.
The Detroit Lions selected this player in the third round last month.
Pass.
What is the state capital of Rhode Island?
Oh, God. Mount Pillier?
Who is the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers?
I hate the NBA. Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, man. Stefanski?
Who directed the 2023 movie Oppenheimer?
Scorsese?
Who played Pepper Potts in the 2008 movie Iron Man?
Pass.
This Detroit Tiger wears jersey number 28.
Pass.
Ashton Gentry was drafted by this NFL team.
Jacksonville?
The Detroit Lions selected this player in the third round last month.
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers?
We got you with two.
terrible.
Two.
Oh, no.
Darren, you
Oh,
were
yeah.
you were laboring like a starting pitcher with the bases loaded that whole time.
You know, that was just brutal. Not my wheelhouse.
It's okay,
No.
that happens. I like
does
how
happen.
animated he was about it. Darren, we'll get you paid. It's $50, two right, $25 a piece. Get him on hold and we'll go through this because it was agonizing for him.
Yeah, it's almost not worth the stamp.
John, who do the Tigers play tomorrow night? Off day today.
That would be the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes. He got it right. The 03 band that had the hit Mr. Brightside was
Yep,
the Killers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who did the Lions draft in the third round?
That would be Isaac Tisla.
Brad Holmes' favorite receiver in the draft.
Yep.
The capital of Rhode Island.
He said Mount Pillier, which I believe is Vermont. But no, so it's Providence.
Head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
That would be Atkinson. Now, I know he won Coach of the Year, but this was a tough one.
No, I did appreciate that despite firing J.B. Bickerstaff
They didn't go any further.
and hiring the best coach in basketball, they didn't go any further. Kevin Stefanski is the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
He
was
got that one.
The second one he got right. Football, a little more of his wheelhouse. The 2023 movie Oppenheimer that Heather
does
still
he have a
hasn't
wheelhouse?
finished. I don't know. I'm trying to help him out. Heather still hasn't finished Oppenheimer.
No, I
Did you
don't.
know who directed it?
I don't know if I would have come up with it right off the top of my head, but now that I know,
Not
know.
Scorsese.
yeah,
Right.
that it's on the page.
yeah, but it's one of those
I
things
didn't
that's like,
know.
I knew that, but
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have come up with it.
It's another big name director,
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan.
Right.
Who played Pepper Potts in the 2008 movie Iron Man?
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Who wears 28 for the Tigers?
That is Javier Baez.
I think we would have had to accept Baez and Baez.
Yes, we would have. Yeah.
Yes, Greg nodding from behind the glass. And Ashton Genty was drafted by this NFL team.
Man, it was the Raiders.
Not the Jags. There were Jag rumors before the draft.
I think I called him Ashton Gentry.
I think people should be able to discern
Yes,
it. And I think he
yes.
knew
Now that
who
you
you were
said that, I was like,
talking
wait,
about.
I think I said the complete wrong name. Close, but I was wrong. But he didn't know it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Texter says he didn't have a wheelhouse. He didn't know about any of the sports.
Yeah.
Where do you find these idiots for the for the $2 grand slam? Tom didn't want to give away any money today. This was a tough one.
I was on the tougher side, but it
You
was
can get 5 or 6.
at least 5 or 6. I mean, on Twitch they're saying just hang up. This might have been a
Oh.
candidate for the hang.
We hang up on
no,
him.
we're not going to hang up on a contestant.
No, I said we're not going to, but this would have been a candidate if we were going to. Sorry,
Tom,
Darren.
you want to
It
defend
hasn't-
your questions?
Yeah, well, it's always my fault. That's
You're like
the way I play life.
yeah, you're like the villain, like the banker in Deal or No Deal, this
Yeah.
ominous behind the scenes figure.
Yeah.
I don't think the
won't even
question's
talk about.
unfair.
I won't even
I
talk
like
about the
that nickname.
briefcase. I got.
Yeah, don't get in trouble
I got
over here.
brutal. Yeah.
Anyway, coming up next, we're going to turn to you, John, to be the voice of reason. It's Dear John. You want to know your prompts for
I
Dear
do
John?
want to know my prompts.
Road trip,
Oh, love a road trip.
saving money,
Okay.
taking down a tree,
Oh,
and
love that.
youth sports going too far.
Okay.
All right, that's next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind, and a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, you can always submit your questions, the advice that you need, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Your topics today are road trip, saving money, taking down the tree, and youth sports gone too far. We'll start with road trip.
Okay.
Dear John, my brother and I decided to not renew our Lions season tickets.
Okay.
Too expensive. Instead, we want to pick 1 or 2 home games and a road trip, save the rest for playoff tickets. With the Lions schedule out, which road game should we go to? Front runners are Ravens or Bengals. We haven't seen Lambeau, and we could do it without freezing our butts off. What about Washington? You played there. What's your pick?
This is a tough question because there's some great road trips. And obviously, I'm a little bit biased to going to Washington. I actually thought about doing that one. Love it that game's at 4:30. Kind of gives you the opportunity to fly in the morning, maybe fly out after the game. It's a one-day trip.
That stadium's a dump, though.
It is, but I did spend a decade there, so that's why it's a little sentimental to me. But I always kind of base my trips, especially one like this, on food.
Oh.
And so I don't really know what there is to offer in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Probably some Applebee's.
Yeah. Great night at Applebee's. Maybe you're going to get Dan Campbell. Maybe he'll make a special appearance at as a waiter. So I would say either Baltimore or Kansas City. Both of them with great food destinations. Kansas City, anywhere you want to go for barbecue, smoked ribs. They've got some of the best in the world. And so, and not only that, but the atmosphere at both of those. I circled both of those as if I was able to go to 2 road games, I'd want to go to Baltimore and, Maryland, crab cakes and football. It's what they do. So I would choose that one. The Inner Harbor there is great. Or Kansas City. Downtown Kansas City is a lot of fun. And there's some museums there. You could take in all the museums, but it is the food that is the draw. The atmosphere in Arrowhead is awesome. I know a lot of Lions fans went a couple of years ago to start the season off. Those would be my picks. Green Bay, not a bad choice. If you haven't been to Lambeau and you get a chance to see everything that's been redone there, solid pick to start the season off. I know it would be hard to resist that, especially with the energy, the excitement of another NFL season.
Heather, if Colin wanted to go to a road game, does one stand out to you?
No.
Okay.
No,
not at Minnesota.
Not Christmas Day.
Definitely no. He's not going to Minnesota on Christmas Day.
Oh, he's not going.
No, he's not.
Oh,
I'll put my foot down
I
on
heard
that. No,
that.
he wouldn't want to go either. You guys, he's not happy about this Christmas Day game.
so he's told you.
He's not.
So, John, when you were talking about food, just one quickie. Are you into the Skyline chili?
No. I'm not a big fan of spaghetti or spaghetti sauce, so no.
Because
that's all it is.
That's Cincy.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, and so that's why I didn't include them. No, it's spaghetti. It's not chili. I am big on labels, right? Turkey bacon's not bacon. You want to like it? That's fine. I don't care, but make sure you label it correctly. It's not bacon.
So, Jim, what do the Italians think about Skyline?
Well, I'm a fake Italian, depending on who you ask.
So that's your kind of chili?
Yeah,
Or spaghetti, whatever.
Yeah, spaghetti. It's spaghetti. They
kind of-
serve it on spaghetti. It's
I know.
spaghetti sauce.
It's a bastardized bolognese is what it is.
Oh.
I think Cincy would be a good trip. It's early enough in the season. You don't ever go there. It's a short trip.
It's like the Indy game. It's a drive-to game.
Yeah. Okay, next question.
Next one, John, saving money. Dear John, my wife and I have been fighting about money. I told her an easy way to cut costs would be for her to stop ordering delivery 3 to 4 times per week. Just go out and pick it up. She felt I was singling her out. I did say that I'd be open to driving Uber a couple nights a week. What are some tips for saving money?
Well, I mean, if he's driving Ubers, and she might be able to order from him.
He
Uber
could
Eats.
deliver it.
There you go.
Any kids involved here?
We don't know.
I don't
So
know.
there are a lot of variables. We frequently do the deliveries of groceries, or we'll do delivery of food. Sometimes we don't do as much, delivery of dinners. But if there is a busy schedule, I fully understand the convenience of having food, whether it's prepared or groceries delivered. If there is time, then don't be lazy. Get off your butt and go get it. So that's the variable that I don't understand in this situation. So if there's plenty of time, just go get it.
One thing I thought, streaming services, People don't realize how
sure.
many different little apps and things they're paying for.
Cancel the ones you're not watching.
Yeah.
You can renew them when you want to watch a new show, and then you
Right.
can cancel them again. We always set reminders in our calendar to cancel different streaming services. For me, when I saw how to save money, which I would love advice on because I'd love to save money, but setting a budget is always helpful, I think. And
Well,
so
and
that
then
you know
prioritize.
what you're going to spend, how much money you should spend each month.
Is the priority for them as a couple or them as a family to have those meals delivered or to have some streaming services
Yeah,
or
you
whatever
pick.
else they're spending their extra income on?
Like the bank we use, you can actually do buckets
Yes.
to like label where you want
Yeah.
to put money, and you have to have some kind of budget.
Too. Otherwise, you could go quite crazy.
Yes.
All right. This next one says, taking down the tree. Dear John, we have this tree in our backyard. We want to get rid of it. My husband and I have had 3 different companies out for quotes, and they were all between $1,000 to $2,000. Before talking to me, he booked the cheapest one, and they're coming out next week. When I told him I wanted to discuss it first, he said I was just taking initiative. I wanted to get it off our to-do list. We don't share a bank account. He expects me to cover some of it, and I told him no. If he can make the decision on his own, he can pay for it on his own.
Oh, boy.
Was I in the right?
Wow. Well, I guess it depends on if your money is separate. Like, who pays for the mortgage? Who pays for insurance? Because some of these, can be insurance issues. If you take down this tree that's maybe hanging over the house, you might actually get a dip on your home insurance. So, if he made the decision, I say it's on him. If it's something that you would normally discuss, then if he took the initiative, hey, bravo. But you made this plan and you pay for the plan. If we were to discuss it and then we ended up deciding we'll go with the cheapest offer or we'll go with any of these offers, then I think, wifey then decides that she gets to contribute.
Yeah, I agree. I do think this setup is interesting. Because my husband and I don't have a shared bank account, but it's not. Our money is our money,
Right.
Like, so the way this is
It's coming
worded
out
is
of
very
somewhere.
interesting. Like,
Yeah.
she's got to pay for it, but isn't your money is still your money as a couple,
Right.
even though it's not coming from the one same pool. So this is an interesting setup they've got going on. But I would say that, yes, big decisions that are expensive should be talked about as a couple before they're decided
Yes,
on.
I do think any major expense.
Yes.
And it depends on what you're classifying as a major expense.
I'd say $1,000
$1,000 is a
yeah,
major
yeah.
expense.
Mm-hmm.
That should be discussed before any decisions are made.
Yeah, and you have to think about this too, where if he pays for all of it, or she pays for half of it, it's come. I mean, they're all it's gonna come out in the wash.
Yes,
Yeah.
it should.
If he paid all 1,000, then he doesn't have.
The issue
let's say
here
they,
is
if
the
they,
communication.
if they split it 50-50, it'd be $500 apiece.
Yeah.
If he pays 1,000, it's $500 less he has to spend on something else. So that's why I think it largely comes out in the wash. You should discuss it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Last one.
All right, youth sports gone too far.
Oh.
Dear John, our 12-year-old daughter plays basketball and volleyball, and we've been very supportive of her playing sports. Lessons about teamwork and work ethic, plus seeing her get excited to play is just really cool. Last spring, she was playing in a basketball tournament, and one of her teammates had this really nasty ankle injury, screaming out in pain. I overheard parents in the stands saying that they knew of this doctor that could give her a shot and get her back out there playing next weekend. This stopped me in my tracks. She's 12. This is not the NFL. Are parents really doing this stuff? John, does this feel wrong to you, or am I just out of the loop?
Yes, it is wrong at 12. I understand wanting to play. I also understand that, and young athletes heal quicker than older athletes. But this is a 12-year-old girl. I don't believe at that age you should be taking shots to be able to play. To me, it's absurd at 12 years old that this would even be a consideration.
When is it? When does it become one?
I would say probably closer to 17, 18, when you are starting to. It might be the last year that you get a chance to play. Maybe you're not good enough to be able to play in college or anything past that, and you're trying to maximize every opportunity. At that point, I would consider it, depending on what the injury is. If it's a pain management issue and you're not going to hurt it anymore, you're not going to be severely, maimed for the rest of your life, then I would consider it at that time. If it's a varsity sport or if it's, your time of playing this sport competitively is coming to an end. But at 12, that's ridiculous.
I would have been stopped in my tracks as well. And I probably would have been like, hold up, tell me more. And what are you doing? Like,
I've heard this conversation.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I did not put this in.
No, I know.
But I've heard this conversation, yes. And at some point, parents need to be parents. They need to step up and say, because I'm sure I've even heard kids ask their parents, can you take me somewhere so that I can get a shot for this? And at some point, you need to be the grown-up, the adult that says, no, we're going to let your body heal. If we can manage it with taping your ankle and giving you some support and going out there and playing, that's another matter. But no, when you're talking about taking shots, that's much later.
That's this week's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch. Since we're talking about the schedule and you're making plans for road trips, if you're not going to go to the game, you're not going to watch it at home, why not watch it at Stadium Swim? Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Back-to-back nights, back-to-back walk-off winners. Last night, it's J-Hen, pinch hitter, scoring Andy Ibanez, also a pinch hitter, using all 26 guys on this roster. Tigers sweep the Red Sox. Everybody's feeling great. They answered any concerns from the weekend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it scored 30 runs in 3 games, 3 wins over a good team, a team that was actually starting to hit and starting to play better. That's a big series to win. There's no question about it.
And some good games.
Some great games.
Tight games.
Yeah, the
back
last
and forth.
two came down to either extra innings or the bottom of the ninth.
To win a game where Skubal gives up 5 runs, credited for 5 runs.
Yeah, with 11 strikeouts. Like, that was a weird performance by Skubal. Not that it wasn't dominant, but you can't call it dominant because he gave up 5 runs.
I find this team to be proactively worry-free. Are you worried they're going to lose 3 out of 4? Nope. Are you worried they're only scored 4 runs in the last 2 games? Nope. Like, I'm not worried that things will linger with this team because they seem to correct it.
And some of that is having a strong pitching staff keeps you from going on long losing streaks. The only thing we brought up on Monday was, is the pitching staff going to stay strong if Flaherty struggles and Mize is injured? And it remains to be seen. But they've shown the chaos thing works, and they got away with that this week and picked up a win. And they're generally a good, deep, quality baseball team that's going to win a lot more than they lose. They've won 10 of the 14 series they've played this season. They've only lost 1 at home. And people are taking notice. It's a fun group. You're getting some of those special feelings. Still got 100-plus games to go, but you're seeing signs. They got all the makings of one of those special baseball teams. Lions schedule's out. We're going to talk more about that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Jamal in Detroit, you got thoughts out of the gate here. You're on 97.1.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes. Everybody is panicking about the Lions schedule, and I'd like to say pause. We should be favored against Chicago, Minnesota, Cleveland. We're better than those teams. Cincinnati has a horrible defense. We have beaten Kansas City head up, and Baltimore gives us hell. Can't fight that. But we are the better team in most of those games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's panicking about the schedule. I'm getting made fun of because I had too many wins when I played the schedule game.
Oh, dare you.
I had them, John, think about this, twice as many losses this season as they had last season. 13-4.
I don't know that there's anybody panicking about the schedule. I'm sure there will be people, and if you go through the wins and losses, which is, it's kind of a stupid exercise right now because we have no idea. Every year there's a worst to first and there's a team that has devastating injuries. Even though you could say that the Lions had devastating injuries, they still won 15 games last year. And it depends on, there's just so many factors that doing it now, and I made fun of you a little bit because you said, well, I reserve the right to adjust my win-loss total. Sure. If Jared Goff were to go down, we're going to adjust the win-loss total. Same thing with Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. Like, all of these will be adjusted if that happens.
More along, once you get in the trenches of the season and you see storylines and matchups and teams are playing, like you said, way better than we expected. Yeah, week by week, I'm not going to be held to each individual game, but we all do the schedule game. When the schedule comes out, we go through, we do win, loss, win, loss, whatever it is. And I didn't expect to get to 13 wins. I picked them to win 12 last year. I think I picked them to win 12 the year before. I kind of thought I was going to end up at 12-5. But what he just said, they have a good track record against Kansas City. They own this division. Dan Campbell 17-3 his last 20 games in the division. I had him going 5-1 in the division. I mean, I feel like that's very much there for them. They haven't lost back-to-back games in coming up on 3 years. So while I do think they'll take some lumps early while McNeil's hurt, and they've got a stretch where it's Baltimore and the Browns are in there, but Baltimore, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Tampa Bay, some teams that'll give them trouble. The second half of that schedule sets up for them to kick their heels up, pick up some steam, be the hot team at the end of the season, and be positioned to make a run in the playoffs yet again.
Yeah, other than that, after the bye week, I mentioned it, you should be running downhill at that point. It's very front-loaded. And I know, hey, you got a trip to Washington, back-to-back weeks, followed by a trip to Philly. That's not easy. But I think Washington's probably looking at it going, and I don't know what their schedule looks like. I don't know who they have before or where their bye week is. Oh, we got Detroit. That's a tough matchup. And everybody knows that, hey, Detroit, they want to have a reckoning. They want to right a wrong from what happened in the playoffs. Now, they should be confident because they won that game, and there's a lot of things that go into it. They made some additions. It's going to be a home game for them. But I think there's a lot of teams, and it's so different than it used to be, looking at it going, well, Detroit, that's a get-right week. But that's not a get-right week anymore.
So for Washington, I just looked this up because I also don't have their schedule memorized. Week 8, they play at Kansas City on Monday Night Football. Then they play the very next week a primetime game against the Seahawks, looks like Sunday Night Football, and then they play the Lions. So a couple big primetime matchups, and then Detroit comes to town.
Yeah, so we're looking at, okay, what's the toughest 3 or 4 game stretch? That's going to be one of them on their schedules where they're going to look at and go, that's a tough 3-game stretch.
And they will not have had their bye yet either. So you start talking about playing 8, 9, 10 games in a row without a bye week, and this is why there's so many moving parts in doing this. I can't wait to hear your version of the schedule game. 8:35, John Jansen.
Lock and key.
He said 14 last year. See how optimistic he's feeling with a tough schedule and new coordinators. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of reaction to Dear John. We want to hear from you guys, though, on the road trip question. Is there one you're circling? Because we know Lions fans have done this for years now. Is there one that stands out that you're going to hit the road and go to? Mix that in as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. Tigers getting it done last night in walk-off fashion for the second consecutive game. Last night's role of hero was played by Justin Henry Malloy to give Detroit their league-leading 29th win on the year. It also widens their lead to 3.5 games over Cleveland in the Central. With an off day today, Tigers resume play tomorrow with a series against Toronto. In the NHL, last night Vegas was eliminated by Edmonton following a 1-0 overtime win to take that series 4-1. Florida gaining a 3-2 series advantage over Toronto by decisively winning 6-1 in Canada. Both Carolina and Dallas with 3-1 series leads can take their Game 5s tonight. In the NFL, the Lions released their 2025 schedule last night. No shortage of nationally broadcasted, primetime, or even holiday games on their radar. Detroit with their annual Thanksgiving game this season, but a little bit more out of the ordinary. The Lions taking the field this year on Christmas as well. Then in golf, the PGA Championship just got underway a few moments ago. This year, Scottie Scheffler entering in as the favorite. Rory McIlroy not far behind him. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or you can head to 971theticket.com.
We got open lines to kick off the 8 o'clock hour. Reactions to the Lions' schedule. You knew who they were playing, but now we know when they're playing them. And we know they're playing on Christmas Day. More on that later in the show. Heather's not happy. She was the first person we thought of. Our phone started blowing up. What does Heather think of this? We'll get to it. The highlights, 5 primetime games plus Thanksgiving and Christmas. 2 Monday night, 2 Sunday night, and a Thursday night. Every road game is on national TV or in a primetime window, those 4 o'clock games, plus the primetime games. The bye week is in the middle, nestled in there for week 8. Could be a good time to try to get Aleem McNeil back going into the month of November. 9 road games, only 1 against a team with a losing record last year, the Bears. It's a gauntlet. And you got 2 new coordinators, and everybody's got thoughts on what this team's going to end up doing. John will go through the schedule, his version, at 8:35.
Can't wait. I get chills thinking about it.
Last year you called 14 and you sold them short.
I'm so excited about this football season. I
know,
can't
man.
wait.
I know. Let's get to Sydney. We also mentioned road trips. You got one planned?
Yeah, I do. Actually, every year my daughter, who is now 11, and my sister and I go to one away Lions game for the last 12 years. I'm just a little worried. I went ahead and bought tickets yesterday for Philly. Are we prepared as 3 females, diehard Lions fans, to face the Philly fans? Are they as mean as they say they are?
Oh, they are. There's no question. You should go into it with eyes wide open. And, I mean, it's a stadium filled of a-holes. There's no question about it. But you will enjoy the experience from the moment you get there to the moment that you leave. It's going to be a great time. The food is great in the city. It's there are parts that you're going to have a great time walking around and doing all the sight, sounds, experiences. But yeah, when that game kicks off, it'll be a violent environment.
Okay, should we wear our Lions pride, colors, or because a corporation had to sign a waiver before saying we couldn't wear opponents' colors there?
Really?
Yeah.
So okay, wait, hold on a second here. You're the corporation, are you
the
going
ticket broker?
Yeah, ticket broker or.
No, it was last year when we were in Dallas. A gentleman said that he got invited to Philly with his corporation, and they had to have them sign a waiver that they wouldn't wear the opponent's colors. And so I just want to make sure, going in there, we're wearing our Honolulu blue all the way, and I just want them to feel safe.
I would never go to an away game and not wear my team's colors. And so everybody's going to make their own decision. It will certainly put a target on your back, but in large part, I say it's a violent environment. There will be individuals that will, verbally attack you, but you should feel safe.
There's always bad actors. We've seen terrible things happen when people get too much to drink and they get rabid at these games. Like you said, head on a swivel. You should still be able to go to these games.
There might not be a city that might be more mislabeled than Philly. The city of brotherly love. Like we always talk about, okay, how did Chicago get its nickname, the Windy City, right? Everybody thinks it's because it's windy. It's politicians, right? That's how it all started. The city of brotherly love. Like I don't even know how that started, but it is. That's not the feeling you get when you go to Philly.
Let's look into that. I actually don't know the origins either. Yeah. You can bond over the shared hatred of the Dallas Cowboys if worst comes to worst.
Yes. That's a
Ticket Texter says Cincy is the game to go to. Cheap, easy, drivable.
Yeah, I've already had a handful of people text me, hey, already booked our hotel and tickets for Cincinnati.
I don't see a single team with 2 elite edge rushers on the schedule. Clearly, NFL GMs are idiots. Should be a breeze. 17-0 for the Lions. We're headed to Cincy for sure. It's a premier game. It's drivable. I'd say 40% of the stadium will be Lions fans.
I don't know. It's not like going to Indy.
What does that mean?
Well, I wouldn't call Colts fans rabid fans. And their team by that time was not good.
Right.
There's controversy about their quarterback. He had pulled himself out of a game. Who was going to be starting? There's a lot, with Anthony Richardson that was going on there. On the flip side, as much as I throw shade on the state of Ohio, and it's so much fun to do, they do love their football.
Bought my plane ticket to Green Bay yesterday when the schedule opener leaked. I've never been to Lambeau. Really pumped. Nick in Clarkston.
It's a great experience. It's like going to a college game in the NFL.
One of my boys moved to Minneapolis. We had planned to go to the Minneapolis game against the Vikings. Now we find out it's on Christmas Day. We're considering bringing the entire family, 9 of us, to Minneapolis to spend the week there for the holiday and the Lions game, in Wixom.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, if your son lives there and you're going to go have Christmas with him.
Family time.
And
it can be done.
Go to the game. I think it's a one-off.
Heather's mortified. Fly the kid home. Celebrate here.
No, do what you want to do. Yeah. I will not be doing that, but good for you.
Schedule.
I think it would be fun, actually.
Schedule doomed. Nobody's panicking, but when I flip on Rico on my way home, I get a healthy dose of 9 and 8 talk. Diego in Davison. And Lions will be lucky to win double-digit games. Signed Rico, David, Kenny, and Mike.
Yes.
I'm sure I'm going to get made fun of for picking 13 wins. It's not going to stop me from giving you what I think. They lose twice as many games and I'm the homer. I think that is a step back.
So at least as a show, we should have a little bit of credibility this year because we picked 14 and 12 to start.
14 and 3, right?
Well, I was at 14. You were at 12 wins.
Yeah.
Yes. And what did they win last year?
They won 15.
Oh, I mean, how dare we be right? How dare we be right?
If they go 9-8, you got to find me 8 losses on the schedule.
It's okay, and I'll say this as a little PSA. It's okay to have faith in your team. It's okay to look at this team and think that they're good and that they can win a lot of games.
Okay, you said we're good. Are they good or are they great? If you think they're great, you should probably be 11, 12 plus wins. If they're good, then it's more of a wild cardish, a 10 and 7ish type thing.
Are
maybe
they not, are they
maybe
not
you
one
win a division because the whole division has a tough schedule. By the way,
correct.
You know, I know it's a little bit harder for the Lions because they got the Chiefs out of the AFC West. I kind of feel like that's the fork in the road this morning. Maybe it's a larger discussion for down the road before the season. Do you think they're great, or are they just good?
So I can't throw out the great until after they win a Super Bowl. So let me ask you this. 15-2 last year, were they great?
I was like, they're a great regular season team.
Yeah, and we know
they got to prove more in the playoffs. Everybody knows that. But do we think they're one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the NFL right now?
Yes.
I think that's unanimous. Like across every publication, they're one of the 4 or 5 best teams. So the idea that they would win 12 or 13 games, that's not like
ludicrous.
Homer radio or anything.
I think that
despite what other people want to
but
insinuate.
that's the difference when we talked about the Super Bowl odds. They're right there with the top 5, right?
Yeah.
When it came to win losses, they were one less.
One less, yeah.
And so
which would
Vegas
still put them at
Vegas thinks they can win the Super Bowl, but the regular season might be a little bit of a challenge because of this schedule.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. The schedule's
I was surprised
tough.
you went 13. I was anticipating 12.
Well, I had gone 12 the last 2 years. I really expected to be 12, especially with the schedule. But when I went through it, I thought, boy, they own the division. They don't lose back-to-back. They're great in prime time. They're going to win at least one of the big games. I picked Kansas City, but it could be another one of the big games.
I would like to know, okay, what are people thinking about Jim Costa right now and the 13 wins?
Yeah.
I'd also like to know, before we get to 8:35, just send some ticket texts in.
Predictions for you?
Yeah. What are the predictions of the route I'm going to take with this schedule?
So I feel like I've put you in a tough spot, but you said you had done yours in lock and key. You're not changing it.
Nope.
My guess is we're going to be the same, which isn't fun. And I thought there's a chance you'd one-up me to get revenge from last year and go 14. I think you're between 13 and 14 is my guess for you.
Revenge for last year.
Yeah, I one-upped you and did the 15 wins.
Yeah, but you did it so late. I don't even take that as a one-up. It was just lame and late.
Oh, okay.
It's this is now when you plant your flag. What do you think this team is going to be? And I wasn't one that was calling 12 wins lame.
No.
It was very realistic.
Reasonable even. But they exceeded expectations last year with the injuries and won 15 games. What do you think of my 13 wins? What do you think John's going to hand out coming up at 8:35? We've got open lines, talking road trips as well. It's 97.1.
Summer is almost here, and it depends on the day. Sometimes it feels like spring is still around, or it's heating up, as we're going to see here in the next couple of days. Don't wait. Whatever you need, whether it's heat, AC, generator, plumbing, electrical, the team at Mastercraft, they cover it all. They took care of my house. They still do, and they're going to take care of yours just the same. Upgrade your system now, and you could save up to $1,000. Call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. And if you call before noon, they have same-day service. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, guys, the weather has us ready to get out of here. Head up north for the summer. Already making plans. Make some plans to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you want to make that switch to electric, save at the pump, cruise into the summer with the 2025 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, and you can lease it now. How about these prices? $227 a month, $999 down. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast. Shop online, moranexpress.com, or stop by in person. Test drive. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. End of the hour, we're talking about Christmas Day featuring the Detroit Lions. That's right. When you're in the same category as the Cowboys and the Chiefs, the featured teams in the NFL, thumbs up, thumbs down. Christmas Day. Heather's using a different finger. We'll get to that end of the hour. We're also going to get to John's prediction for the season. Your win-loss after the schedule release last night. I surprised myself. I thought I'd have him at 12. I had him at 13. I think early in the schedule, it's going to be tough without Aleem McNeil, the stretch where they play Baltimore and Cincy and Kansas City and Tampa, who beat them a year ago. That, to me, is the toughest stretch. Then you get a Week 8 bye. McNeil's not far from coming back at that point. Mm-hmm. And the end of the schedule really sets up for the Lions to do some damage. I had them winning 6 of their last 7 games. Look, attrition, weird quirks, they could end up losing one more than I think, but I'm not someone who thinks they're taking a step back from 15 games that they won a year ago down to 9 or 10. I think they could lose twice as many games, go through this gauntlet, and still be a 13-win division winner.
And I think they'll be better prepared for the playoffs. One, with the experience that they had last year, also with the experience of going on the road to Baltimore, going on the road to Kansas City, going on the road to Cincinnati, going on the road to Philadelphia, Washington. Like that's it's tough. I get that. But there'll be a much more seasoned team by the end of the season. And just in terms of, I want to throw this one out there. If you're thinking about going on a road game, a road trip, one of the great things, whether you're picking to go to the Washington game or Baltimore, is that you get a chance to experience both cities if you're going to make an entire weekend out of it. But I'll throw this out there. If you decide that you want to go to the Monday night game at Baltimore, on Sunday, you could catch yourself a bonus game. You could catch the Washington Commanders taking on the Raiders at FedEx on Sunday, 1:00 on Sunday. If you go out there, say you make the trip out on Saturday, or if you even go Friday, make a whole weekend out of it. You can watch an NFL game and experience what it's like at FedEx Field and watch Washington take on the Raiders. And then on Monday night, you obviously are there for the Lions game at Baltimore.
So I've been to FedEx. I had some friends living in D.C., went for like a New Year's. They played the Eagles end of the season. Stadium's a dump.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
It's not in a great location.
You're going because you want to see the Lions and the Commanders, a rematch of the playoff game a year ago. That's the reason to go.
Yeah, if you decide to go to that game later in the season. I'm talking if you're deciding to go to Baltimore,
you can sneak in an extra
game. Yeah, and you get all the sights and sounds of being downtown D.C. You could look at all the monuments. You could make that an event. And then obviously Baltimore with the Inner Harbor, all the food that they have. I mean, I think that would be a really nice trip.
Some ticket text with the schedule out. Texter says, my prediction is about identical to Cookie's. 13-4, only difference being a win against the Bengals and a loss to the Chiefs. Either way, 2 losses to NFC opponents, which would matter for tiebreakers. Miguel and Howell says, I see them winning the North and going 12-5. 14-3, Eric in Hazel Park. Costa's a slappy, says Newt in Westland. New coordinators, they're 10-7 at best. Vegas set the over-under at 10.5 for a reason. What they set it at last year?
Yeah, I think it was at 10.5.
May have been 11.
I think it was 10.5.
Okay, they won 15 games. So Vegas is always right, or are we okay? I'm not mad at you, Tom. Looked like I was yelling at you.
No, Tom was with me at 14 last year.
Yeah, on the bus. Now you're on the quick line.
It doesn't go very far. It's not a good place to be.
Hey, I want to throw just this thing out there, just as something down the road.
Yeah.
In terms of road trips, I know people did Arrowhead and KC before, but a game changer and a last-minute thing that could just absolutely skyrocket prices is if somehow the Tigers are playing in KC in the playoffs around there.
Oh, that'd be great.
ALDS and ALCS are kind of around those dates.
You're in October.
Now you're talking about a game in KC, so this would lean towards the Tigers. If this were to happen, the Tigers would be the wild card, which wouldn't be good.
That would not be.
But just something to kind of throw out there, or we could be hosting KC, and
you don't want to leave.
And then the Lions are playing out there at the same time.
Yeah.
Tickets extra, Jim. When the Lions start 3-2, will you be quote concerned? It's why that Kansas City game the next week could be such a big win to get to build some confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And they're great in prime time. They've gone to Kansas City. That's one of the 2 or 3 games you circle most on the schedule. Probably that, Philly, and Baltimore. Commanders. See, there's so many big games on this schedule. Yep. Road trip, Kansas City. My girlfriend, who lives in Chicago and is a lifelong Packers fan, has Chiefs season tickets. What? She's already booked the hotel for us and is treating it like a belated birthday gift. Go Lions. A lot to unpack there. Chicago, Packers, Chiefs season tickets. Anyway. Without Glenn or Johnson, the losses are only 4. Even the 05 Patriots lost 6 games from an unnamed ticket texter. Gamble built an elite product. It took 4 years. The Lions are one of the 5 best teams in the league. The record will be enough for them to get in the playoffs. Just enjoy the ride.
Oh, that's kind of lame. They
Yeah.
put a number on it.
Yeah, come
like
on
that's
now.
what we're doing.
Play along.
Yeah, just that they're in the playoffs. I think everybody most everybody is predicting that they'll be in the playoffs.
Ticket texter, bold take. They're going to make the playoffs.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Way to go out on a limb.
City of Brotherly Love. We have an explanation, John.
Oh, okay.
Because you said there's a city that's more inaccurately named.
Yeah.
It's a translation from 2 Greek words, phileo, meaning love, and adelphos, meaning brother, creating brotherly love.
Oh, okay.
So blame the Greeks if you have an issue with it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a former Michigan Army National Guard member has been charged with plotting a mass shooting at a military base in Warren. This 19-year-old suspect allegedly conducted drone surveillance, provided ammunition for this planned attack. He was taken into custody on Tuesday, which is the day the attack was meant to go down. He traveled to the area of this military base, like I said, launched a drone. He also offered to help an undercover FBI agent carry out the attack by giving him the weapons and training him how to use them. Thankfully, his plot was all foiled, and now he is facing multiple charges of attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and distributing information related to a destructive device. He's facing a long time behind bars, a maximum penalty of 20 years per count if convicted. A Detroit man has been arrested and charged after assaulting 2 police officers in 1997. Yeah, 54-year-old Richard Davis has been charged with attempting to disarm a police officer and 2 counts of resisting arrest, causing injury, after he got into an altercation during a traffic stop when he was 27 years old. So at the time, he was pulled over for improper plates, and while the officers were investigating, they discovered a weapon in his vehicle. That's when Davis started to fight the officers, including biting them, and then fled the scene, ran away. He was charged, but never in custody, but he was just arrested on Tuesday, and I'm guessing maybe there's more to the story. It also says that he went by the following aliases, and there's 20 names that he's also gone by.
Any highlights in there?
He's such a Richard.
Well, oh no, it's not. It's not Richard. I was going to say, Richard's the first ones, but it's not Richard. It's never mind.
Richard is his actual name.
It is.
Right?
Yeah, yes. But it's you're right.
I was
Actually, there is
listening.
Richard in there.
What are some of these aliases?
Ricky Brown.
Okay.
Patrick Jackson.
Okay.
Damian Platt, if you need an alias name. Milton Johnson. William
Sounds like a board
English.
Game. Yeah, or somebody that made
Andre
a board game.
Harden.
Milton Bradley?
Oh, Andre Harden?
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
John, did you ever do that? You ever check in at a hotel under an alias to avoid being swarmed by your adoring fans?
What would be your alias name?
No.
Let's get to a fun one. Oh, apparently toupees. He's never in the room when I'm doing a bald story. Toupees could be making
running away.
a comeback. Balding millennial men are skipping these, people are going to Turkey to get their hair transplants.
Yeah.
They're skipping these big trips. They're skipping the expensive transplants. And instead, They're rocking toupees.
Going with the rug.
And apparently, women are all for it,
Oh, really?
which contradicts a study I had last week, how women really liked a bald man.
Yeah.
But I think what they're all for-
toupee is like, I mean, do you? I'm just curious when the woman finds out. Like,
I think you're honest with it. Well, you know what I think it is?
this
is that,
isn't my real hair.
well, women wear
Extensions.
extensions, weaves. Like we wear fake hair all the time, and it's socially acceptable.
Most of the time, you're not covering up a bald head.
No, that's very true. Most of the time, it's for a new hairstyle or adding length or volume or whatever it is.
Color, whatever. Yeah.
Sure. And that's acceptable. So it's kind of, I maybe think where the women are like, why can't men wear a toupee? And I think toupees have really come a long way. They're not the old school where you just
yes.
stick them on your head. I mean, you do stick them on your head, but I'm saying like the way that
The
they're
glue
made.
is better?
And and the hair is probably better. The way that you
It
can't
sits.
see. Yeah, you can't tell.
Tom, did you ever consider
Yeah,
a
but
toupee?
okay, so you can't tell,
You
and then
need
all of a
a
sudden
wig.
you're running
You
your
need a
fingers through his hair, and you're like, "What is this?"
Same with men.
So what do you think,
oh,
Heather?
Whoa, wait. She's got a head full of fake hair.
Should I do it?
You need a whole wig. Well, like
That's
Yeah, a
aggressive.
toupee's not going to cover that.
well, normally a toupee just covers like.
A little part.
Well, you'd have to let the rest of your hair grow.
Right. But
That's what you'd
what
have to
color
do.
do you think I should do?
What color is your hair? Like what
Which
color
Well, I
was
was a
your hair?
blondie as a kid, and then it turned like brownish.
Like a light brown.
Light brown, yeah.
Yeah,
but
I'd
now
go with
it's
that. Or,
probably
with a little salt and
gray.
pepper.
Well, the fro would be awesome, but that's silly. We
Yeah,
gotta have
you'd have to
something,
get something-
realistic. Like
It's got to match your beard, which does have a lot of gray. So you need something that's like. What?
that's too straight.
Yeah, no, it's that's why it's.
I know
I
what
said
it's
it would
like to
have
be
to be
collared
gray.
at home.
Yeah.
I think I just shrunk 2 inches.
Well, if you showed up with a head of gray hair, it would be more believable than if you showed up with a head of brown hair.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. The people, if you're going to color your
I'm
hair,
saying it's
Yeah.
got to look
I
natural.
know.
There's
I know
nothing
what you're
wrong
saying.
with gray hair.
if you're going to color your hair, you got to do it right at the beginning.
and do it properly. Yeah.
Yes,
then you
Greg.
look-
I know your beard is more gray than the top of your head, but
Beards typically gray first. They do. They go gray before your head hair. So just saying.
Okay.
Anyway, do you want more news?
We got time
Sure.
for.
You got time for more? Is that what you were going to say? I
Oh,
cut
so
you
we
off.
have another news later. One
Okay,
more.
then I'll save it.
One more in the show.
You're
We
gonna
got.
cut me off anyway.
I'm the bad guy. We have a clock, and John's got to give us his schedule prediction. It's
Okay,
urgent. It's
I know.
urgent. Next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Drum roll, please. John Jansen's presentation of the schedule game.
What is it going to be this year? Last year, 14-3. And it took a lot of arrows because of that. Ended up, I underestimated this football team. They were a 15-2 team. They were a team that overcame so many obstacles. Playing on Thursday night, playing in Green Bay, playing on the road, cold weather. Not a lot of cold weather games, but let's see what we have this year. All right, they start off at mighty Lambeau Field. It's a great place to start, and I love the fact that there are some division games early, starting off with 2 at Green Bay and then home against the Bears. I have them winning both. They start off 2-0. And in terms of Ben Johnson, I think the Bears are going to be a better team this year. I think he's an upgrade at the coaching position. They've upgraded the offensive line. I just don't think that they have things rolling enough. Second-year quarterback, still a learning curve, a lot of new weapons for him. He's going to be protected better than a Bears quarterback has been protected, but they're not going to get the job done, at least early on in the season here, against the Detroit Lions. So we head on the road to Maryland, at Baltimore. And this is where I do think there is a learning curve for John Morton. I also think there's a learning curve for Kelvin Shepard. I don't think they're ready to play the Baltimore Ravens, and I don't mean in terms of the players not being ready. I think the game plan is not sufficient, and they come away with a loss. So they start off the first 3 games 2-1 with the loss at Baltimore. Then they take on the Cleveland Browns. This will be fun. It'll be a fun game to be at home for. This is a fan base that will travel as well. There's going to be a plenty of the dog pound at Ford Field. I don't think it's going to be overwhelming, but they'll make themselves known, and it'll be nice to be able to send them back to the state of Ohio with a loss. It's what we do here in the state of Michigan. Any team that comes from Ohio, we send home with a loss.
It's a trophy game, too.
It is, yes. The mighty Edmund Fitzgerald. So we are now at 3-1. Nice start for the Detroit Lions. And then they go down to the state of Ohio, which, again, we go to the state of Ohio and we just win. Cincinnati, Joe Burrow and that offense, they're going to score some points. There's no question about it. Their defense, even though I do believe Trey Hendrickson gets a deal done, he's still in Cincinnati. They haven't stopped anybody for years. I don't expect them to all of a sudden find something defensively that works. Jared Goff, this offense starts to find their rhythm. They go down to Cincinnati and they get a win. That's 4-1. And if I'm right, you had them losing at Cincinnati, correct?
I did.
All right. So I'm one up on you now. At Kansas City, back-to-back at Cincy, at Kansas City, primetime game. This is the first loss that Jared Goff will suffer to Patrick Mahomes. And it's the only loss that he'll suffer to Patrick Mahomes. Oh. I'm not going to go all the way through the playoff schedule, but this, not rocket science here, this will be a playoff team.
Yeah.
But they go to Kansas City, and there'll be some turnovers, and it's Terrion Arnold, this secondary, still finding a way to work together. Terrion Arnold better, DJ Reed good, Ennis Rakestraw part of this situation. And I'm not going to go through the whole personnel, but they're still finding a way to work together. There's not one thing that you look at as a deficiency and you just think it's just Patrick Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes things, so they come away with a loss. So now they're 4-2. Come back, and they avenge the loss that they had last year. I know you mentioned that, one of 2 losses that they had in the regular season. One was to Tampa Bay, and they handled Tampa Bay quite easily going into the bye week. So now we're 5-2. They enjoy the bye week. They get a couple of victory Mondays. They get a chance to get healthy. Lee McNeil still not back. So they face the Minnesota Vikings coming out of the bye week, and it's J.J. McCarthy. It's an improved offensive line. He's handing the ball off. This is a run-first offense, but Tyleik Williams, DJ Reader, Aiden Hutchinson, Josh Paschal, and group handle the run game just fine. It's the pass game that really starts to get going for JJ and Addison, Jefferson, Hawkinson. It's much closer than people anticipate, but it's another win for the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
And it's Dan Campbell out coaching Kevin O'Connell yet again.
Seen that before.
And then they go on the road to Washington. Now, this is a tough stretch, right? It's at Washington, followed up by a Sunday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Washington. This is a game that has been red-lettered. They didn't know when it was going to happen, but they did know it was going to happen. Focus is on Washington. They go to Washington, and they get a win. And it is Jared Goff with no turnovers. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown and J-Mo. We talked about J-Mo yesterday and his coming out party, or the most improved player on this team.
Does he throw a pass in this one?
He does not throw a pass. I don't have any passes. I'm not going to go into that big of a detail, but they light up that secondary. And Mikey Sanders still for the Washington Commanders. They come home, get a little respite, and they head back to the East Coast to face the Philadelphia Eagles. As I mentioned, stadium full of a-holes. It's a violent environment. And it is the third loss for this football team. And it's Saquon Barkley. That doesn't hurt him in the run game, but he hurts him as a receiver. They're going to have to find ways as they go through the schedule to take some losses, learn from them, and improve because they're going to face the Philadelphia Eagles in the playoffs. I think we all know that at some point that matchup is going to happen again.
Yep.
So they're now at 7-3, having come home, and now it is absolutely running downhill. I've got him whooping the New York Giants. The Green Bay Packers at home. This will be fun. It's Thanksgiving. It's everybody's tradition, and they handle the Green Bay Packers yet again. Dominant in the division. Out of the last 20 games, you had this stat yesterday, 17-3. They continue the dominance in division by beating the Packers at home, and then they face America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. And this is one of those matchups that really gets me excited as an offensive lineman because defensively, this is a team that has a lot of talent, and it's obviously headlined by Micah Parsons. I can't wait to see Penei Sewell ragdoll Micah Parsons. And it's another butt whooping. They come away with another win. The LA Rams. Now, everybody wants to say, well, at some point, the Rams are going to have their number, and Matthew Stafford's going to get his win against Detroit. Not so fast, my friend. They go out there, and I don't even know if Matthew Stafford is healthy at this point. I still don't think that they've done enough to solidify that offensive line. He's a guy, yes, he can make some plays on the run, and he can make some throws at all the different arm angles, but he can't take hits like he used to. He's still going to get beat up this year, whether he's available or not. I think the Detroit Lions go out to L.A., they come home with a win.
10 days to prepare for that game, too. That's a good note.
11-3 at this point.
Cooking.
Pittsburgh Steelers. I pray. Aaron is their starting quarterback. Kirby Joseph, that's his boy. And he comes away with 2 picks in this game, yet on Aaron Rodgers. And DK Metcalf, always an issue. No matter who he's playing for, no matter who the quarterback is, DK Metcalf has a big game, but they come away with another win. And now we are sitting at 12-3 with 2 division games left. And what did I mention about the division already?
They own the division.
They own the division. Christmas Day. Merry Christmas. You get a chance to sit down, watch our Detroit Lions, have Christmas dinner with the game on, and we're all celebrating a great holiday, a great family time, great TV viewing, and the Lions deliver a great Christmas present, and they come away with another win, 13-3. They solidify the division. Number 1 seed is not locked up yet, though, because what happened? They lost to Philly, and the tiebreaker goes to Philly. So they have to go to Chicago and get a win. And what happens? Ben Johnson has a great game plan. Caleb Williams is playing better. Colston Loveland comes away with a touchdown. But you know who else plays really good? And this is Jared Goff's game. Jared Goff. And I know everyone's going to talk about, oh, it's cold. He's got tiny hands. Can't win when they need him the most. He comes through in this game, and it is Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground. It is Jahmyr Gibbs through the air. Jahmyr Gibbs is the difference in this game. You're going to see passes caught by a lot of different receivers, but they come away with another win, and they finish the regular season as the number 1 seed, again, going into the playoffs at 14-3.
7 straight wins to close, 6-0 in the division, and a 14-win season with a tougher schedule and 2 new coordinators.
You heard it here first. Mark it down. Let's go. Don't be afraid. I said this last year. Don't be afraid to be great. Now, to be great, you've got to win in the playoffs, and you got to win a Super Bowl. I'm not going to label this team as great, and they may be a great regular season team.
And part of the debate will be their 3 losses are Ravens, Chiefs, and Eagles, the Super Bowl class.
Yep.
Still a lot to prove, even at 14 wins.
And that's when you're going to have to prove it in the postseason. The challenge is out there. You've done it. You've done everything that Dan Campbell has said they need to do. Win the division, and then get as many home games as possible in the playoffs. Play one less game. Learn from what happened last year, and you take that into the playoffs. This team is motivated. They have great leadership from the coaching staff, from the players, and they are going to get it done.
The thing we both had in common, they dominate this division. You said 6-0, I said 5-1. Think about this. While the Lions have 2 new coordinators, the Bears have a whole new coaching staff. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And the Vikings are breaking in a brand new quarterback, which is also a big deal.
I think I did that pretty measured. I wanted to try not to get too excited, not to talk too fast, not to talk too loud.
I think you paced it well, and we leave it to the people. I had them at 13 wins. You had them at 14 wins.
Got that same bus rolling.
We're rolling this season.
It's a diesel engine. A lot of smokestacks rolling downhill.
We got to work in Heather Park. Christmas Day, the game that she didn't want. Thumbs up, thumbs down. The Lions playing on Christmas. Next, it's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. And with their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and listen to feedback, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and my family, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. It's cold.
Oh, that's right, Heather.
Best
It's
time of the
cold
year.
outside.
Best day of the year.
And even better now with the Lions playing on Christmas Day.
Or not.
It is becoming close to the best day of the year with the addition of NFL games. It still doesn't reach, in my opinion, the level of Thanksgiving.
Well, she hates Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I know.
Christmas and Thanksgiving are on two different playing fields.
John agrees.
I agree. Yes. We just have them flipped.
No.
We'll do thumbs up, thumbs down. The Lions playing on Christmas Day. First, some calls and reactions to your prediction. John, you said for the second year in a row, this is a 14-win team.
Yep.
Ticket Texter says, how dare you pick the Lions to beat the teams they're better than? Valeni and his minions are going to go after you, John. Fully with John at... Yeah, you're scared. Fully with John at 14 wins. When Valeni criticizes the morning show optimism, we can tell his cynical self to go cry to mommy. You guys are delusional. Valeni's right. The Lions will go 11-6. Stop taking drugs. John is crazy. 9-8 at best.
We take the same. We took those same texts last year. It's sure there's that possibility. I looked at this schedule and I thought, and I starred the games that I thought were wins, and it left me with at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, at Washington, at Philly, and then at the Rams. That I thought, okay, there's could be some consternation. I don't think they lose all those games. I also don't think they win all those games. So out of those 6 games,
you split.
I had them going 500.
You split. You beat up your division. You beat up the Patsies on the schedule, the Giants and the Steelers and the Browns.
This is a team that when they're playing those lesser opponents, that they take care of business. What happened last year against Jacksonville, against Tennessee?
Yeah, they blew them out.
They simply take care of business. And so I don't see that loss on there where you're like, wow, where did that come from? They are at a minimum going to take care of those. And when I look at the end of the schedule, once you get past Philly, I think Dallas has fallen apart by that time.
It's another one that should be.
And I mentioned I know that LA, their defense and their defensive pass rush is really good.
Yes.
But what's the strength of this offense? The offensive line.
Up front. Look, if that was a short week on the road, 10 days to prepare, I really think helps the Lions in that spot. I thought that was a trickier game than people give credit for, but I had them winning the game too. Look, you had them at 14. I had them at 13. Tom, you had them at 11?
Yeah, I'm at 11, and I one of my fears here is that they got Jackson, Burrow, and Mahomes in the first 6 weeks, and there's definitely no Aleem McNeil.
Yeah.
And what if Davenport's already hurt? I think pass rush in those games is crucial, and I think especially against Baltimore, the ability to stop the run is going to be crucial with Henry and then Lamar looming and lurking. So
John and I both had them 5-2 at the bye. I could totally see a 4-3. I really could. I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Well, so with Tom at 11 wins, I think the response will be, yeah, Tom, I think you might be right.
I don't know if those guys are going to be going 11. See, here's the
How
deal.
doom and gloom are they going to get?
10-7-ish. There might be a 9-8er in there.
By the way,
somebody
is
might
it
go 11.
Is it doom with gloom or gloom with doom? Like, who's who on that?
All concoctions work.
But, like, in all seriousness, I have them losing twice as many games as they did a year ago. That's the Homer opinion. Like, there is some regression built into 13 wins. They won 15 a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're right, John. Split the difference on some of the tough games. They lose to the Eagles. They lose, in your scenario, to the Chiefs. We both have them losing to the Ravens. It's not like
And that's kind of what
Lions
I did.
win every game.
I did the split the difference. They are very trustable against bad teams. That's been a Campbell hallmark since they turned the corner. Another Campbell hallmark is they play very well in their division, and to expect anything less than 4-2 or 5-1, well, that's just not who they've been. So that quickly gets you into a 7-8 win territory, and if you split the hard ones, which I think they're capable of,
You're talking 11 plus.
Yeah.
Let's get to DeVell in Madison Heights. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What are you thinking?
So, okay, so I have them at 13-4, but I'm on par with John. Every game I agree with, except the very opening game. For the same reason you said we'll win, start to win, because I think their offense won't be quite together yet. But I had them originally at 12-5, and I'm going to tell you why I changed it, because I'm looking at Washington now as a team. To me, I'm thinking like that was kind of a fluky season because they didn't really address their big problem, which the Lions should have went after in the playoff game. They didn't address their run defense at all, to me. So, I mean, I think they correct that mistake in game plan and run it down their throat, and that's a win. So I've got them at 13-4, and I think I'll dare even say that this season's Washington Commanders is last year's Dallas Cowboys, how they fell off in one season, and we get that revenge win. I think that's what that's shaping up to be.
You know what? The other thing it sets up for is a strong finish. So the Eagles last season, didn't they win? Was it like didn't they win like, was it 15 of their last 16 games? Something crazy like that. They got really hot. John, when they play the Eagles on November 16th, I think it is, we both have them losing.
Yep.
But the stretch following, we expect them to pick up a lot of steam. You don't have them losing again. I have them losing on Christmas Day, but we expect this team to be turning the corner. You get Aleem McNeil back. You got some wins on the schedule. You lock up your division. You get your home playoff game, and you're ready to make noise.
I think this offense, and I mentioned it, the Baltimore game, I don't know that they're ready in terms of play callers to be able to defend or score enough in that situation. After that, I do think that John Morton and Kelvin Shepard do a great job of putting together game plans as you're going through this to compete with the better teams. And I'll just say this. I know that the schedule is tougher. I know that 14 wins this year is going to be much harder to get to than 15 wins last year. But I don't think they're going to have the devastating injuries that they had, at least not all on one side of the ball. And as much as we give Brad Holmes a hard time about not getting that edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson, he's done a wonderful job of developing depth, and when injuries do happen, having guys that can step in and not play as good as you start. You lose a player like Aiden Hutchinson, there's not another Aiden Hutchinson to put in there. But he's done a good job of developing depth to be able to give these coaches enough to go out there, construct game plans to win. If Aiden Hutchinson is healthy, and I'll just put it on Aiden Hutchinson, if he is healthy, is this defense better than the defense that they had last year from week 5 on?
It should be, absolutely.
And I think that makes a huge difference.
There will be a trade-off, though, because you won't have McNeil for some of it, but when both are playing in the second half of this schedule, that's where they should be making some hay, solidifying their position, and gearing up for the postseason. 14 wins for John, 13 wins for me. We're both very optimistic, despite a tough schedule, despite losing both coordinators. Look, they don't lose back-to-back. Campbell's turned the corner there. They respond after losses. They own this division, 17-3 the last 20. I had them splitting Ravens and Chiefs, splitting Eagles and Commanders. I mean, this is how you end up stacking together another really good regular season.
And I know you had them losing at Minnesota.
Yeah.
I do think that very last game of the year at Chicago is going to be a tougher game. Some of it will depend on weather. Some of it's going to depend on health and guys that are playing at that. I mean, we know Dan Campbell's going to play to win, but that's going to be one where it's, if they don't reach that 14 wins, if they're at 13, I'm not going to rule that out that they could drop that game.
All right. I mentioned they're losing on Christmas Day. Certainly spoil people's Christmas. We'll get right to Heather after the update. Thumbs up, thumbs down. The Lions playing on Christmas Day. Your reactions too. What do you guys think of the Lions playing on Christmas Day? It's 97.1. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What's your reaction? Lions going to play on Christmas Day. Featured. Heather, you're the first person we thought of.
Yeah, and you know what my reaction's going to be, right? Big 2 thumbs down. I was so bummed when I heard this. I was bummed when you talked about the potential of this happening, and now that it's a reality, it's even worse. I love Christmas. Christmas is literally probably my favorite day of the year, and Christmas Eve combined, they're my favorite days. And I don't love this, and neither does Colin, who is a huge Lions fan, a huge football fan.
So he tells you.
No, because he also loves Christmas and his family, and especially now having little kids. There's only a certain period of time where Christmas is really, really, really magical before you lose all of that innocence, right? And with the game, it tears you away from being with your family, especially the little kids who are not going to sit down and watch a full Lions game. They could be in the same room.
Sure.
But it's a distraction from everything. He can't, or we, or anyone watching, for us and our family, won't be fully engaged in the game or fully engaged in the family. And it just kind of seems like it's going to create this like tug of war between which one do I do? I really want to watch the game, but I really want to be with my family. And it normally is a time for us where we're not engaged in TV. We do not usually have the TV on. We have Christmas music playing. Normally we turn the TV and it's like the fire. It's just like, like we don't have technology going. We hang out as a family. We talk with people we haven't gotten the time to catch up on. We play games. We're really in that family zone. So I don't love this because it is going to change that family dynamic.
I can appreciate that. And our family dynamic is much different.
Right.
And we'll open up presents. And then after that, the older kids will be trying on their clothes.
Right.
Teddy will be playing with his toys. We'll turn the first game on and enjoy it. We don't go anywhere on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
I spent as a player either playing or practicing on Thanksgiving, playing or practicing on Christmas. Unless Christmas fell on a Monday or Tuesday, it was still a work day. And so, yeah, I understand it from a player's perspective. And I know a lot of people, especially when the Lions posted, Christmas Day events, that you look at the comments and some of them were, sad for the players that they have to play on Thanksgiving and on Christmas. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. You make adjustments as a player, and you've already made those adjustments. So it's not going to be a huge inconvenience to them. And I think Alex Anzalone posted something about being sad about playing on Christmas. I get it. But you have an entire offseason where, for the large part, you're home with family, kids, all of that.
When you knew
it's a give and take.
You knew playing professional sports.
Yeah,
you're going
to be playing on holidays.
And I knew even coming up working in sports media, there's events on holidays. I mean, I'm going to be working Christmas Day because of this. I mean, Rico and I will have that pregame show where we'll be leading up to the game. We work Thanksgiving Day. It's not a foreign concept for Detroit fans to have a holiday with Lions football on it, and I actually like it. Like, I'm team thumbs up here. Sports bring people together. And in our family, Christmas Eve's the big night. Like, we go to my grandpa's house, extended family, we do a big dinner, everybody exchanges stories and gets... Christmas morning is you wake up, you do your presents, you stay in your pajamas all day. It's perfect to put the Lions game on. It's perfect to have Lions football on Christmas Day.
Here is something that I hadn't considered, and I do understand this point of view as well. Sad for the workers at and around the stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, those individuals definitely drew the short straw. But then again, from a selfish Detroit standpoint, I'm excited that they're playing on Christmas, but I'm excited it's there
not
here.
Well, that's a good point too. Think about this. Who are the teams that are playing on both Thanksgiving and Christmas Day? The Dallas Cowboys, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Detroit Lions.
Welcome to being good and respected.
Big brands, big draw. Everybody wants to watch this football team. I mean, we get it with Dallas. They're kind of grandfathered in. Kansas City, the Mahomes effect, the Taylor Swift effect. And the Lions are just that interesting, right? We don't have the built-in star down in Dallas, and we don't have the guy challenging to be the greatest of all time at quarterback. We're just a really good, quality, fun football team. And
that people want to watch.
Nation's fallen in love with. Mm-hmm. It's one of the most watched teams now.
And I love it because, and again, this goes to the different ages of my kids versus, Heather, your kids, where they're all at school. or Lucy's at college, and it'll be great to have her home, but they will have been home now basically for that entire week. And it's going to be a measure of, okay, how do I keep the kids entertained? How do I keep them active so they're not laying around the house? Now this is a day where everybody is forced to lay around the house, and now we're looking for things to do. NFL is on, because I'm not going to watch the NBA, even if the NFL wasn't on. Not watching the NBA unless the Pistons are on. It's just, it gives us something to do, because on Saturdays, on Sundays, football is such a large part of our family. Lisa's going to sit down and watch. We'll debate back and forth as to, what should be going on in the game. Kids will, chime in every once in a while, but they'll also kind of just sit there and be entertained by Lisa and I's back and forth. So for us, it is a family event.
I get that. I can understand that. And I know for a lot of people it is too. But for us, the way we do our Christmas celebration and our Christmas tradition, it's going to definitely change it. And I don't love it. And neither does Colin. He was kind of disappointed that this was going to be this game on this day at that time. We already talked about where are we normally at Christmas this time? Like, we do Christmas morning with my family. We're home. We don't get out of our pajamas all day long. This is a chill day.
Yeah.
But we do things at our house, and then we go and celebrate Christmas with his family. So we are going then. So we're doing a whole nother celebration with new people, new gifts, the dinner. It's just
this will be a distraction.
It is. It's a distraction from what we typically do, which is a really nice get together where you can actually chat and hang out and be with the family.
Texter says this: I hate the Christmas game. I travel to multiple families on that day. You can't record the game because it's going to be on the background everywhere you go, and you won't be able to focus on the game because you're always getting up and moving around.
Or the family. You can't focus on either 100%.
We already have Thanksgiving. We have to choose between family and the game twice. Not a fan. Thumbs down. Yeah. This is why the NFL makes so much money. People think they have to watch the game. Sports are a choice and not a need in your life. Mason at work. Even Bronner's closes for Christmas. Guys, can't wait to wake up Christmas morning, throw on my Lions jersey, Santa hat, head to service, and pray to the big man upstairs that Gibbs gets that 2 TD parlay. Rocky in New Hudson.
But so my perspective is also the fact that, football season, it's a limited part of the year. And I know it's a big part of the year, but it's what I am fully invested in. And our family is fully invested in. So I don't have an issue with, I know the first game is on Thursday, then there's a Friday night game, and then there's a whole bunch of them on Sunday. I don't have a problem with some people saying, well, it's too much football. I don't mind Thanksgiving Day games. In fact, I love them. I don't mind the Black Friday game. And then at the end of the year, when you get more football on Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, I love football any chance I can watch football.
Yeah, like with Thanksgiving, we're used to mingling the two. And I think sometimes it's nice. Like, it gives you something to talk about around the dinner table about the game and grumble about if they lose or celebrate if they win. Like, the Lions are part of the conversation in the city. And I think it does bring people closer together.
Yeah.
Family, friends, or otherwise. Playing on the holiday doesn't bother me one bit. John in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I'm totally against them playing on Christmas Day. And I'm protesting. I'm not going to watch.
Even if the division is on the line, you're going to not pay attention to what's going on?
That's correct.
Good for you.
Correct.
You celebrate Christmas with the family.
That's right. It's all about Christmas.
That's great. I'm not going to tell you you're right or wrong. Actually, I'm going to tell you you're right because that works for you. And I think you should do what it is that you want to do on that day.
Okay.
We wanted people's perspective. He says he's not watching, protesting.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of, if you're a football fan and you have a family and you don't go anywhere, like it's a day at home, there are a lot of people that are constantly searching for things to do with their kids. And turning on the game gives you an option. Doesn't have to be your only option. Doesn't have to be the option you choose, but it does give you an option.
Ticket Texter says, bars aren't open on Christmas. I'll have to stock up on my drinks. Signed, Jack and Coke Jerry.
There you go.
Ticket Texter says, I feel for the workers that have to travel to Minnesota. That's tough. You'll miss everything, even Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. That's tough if they have kids.
It is, but if you made that decision at some point to work for an NFL team or to be in the sports business, you accept the fact that this is going to happen at some point.
Well, if Dan Miller and Lomas Brown don't want to work, we can get Stoney and Rieger to fill in.
They should be available, right?
Yes.
As the texter says, the NFL's on Hanukkah every year. Suck it up, go Lions. And it'll be the best Christmas ever. Hooker gets the start after Goff gets hurt by TJ Watt the week before, and Hooker starts the Super Bowl run. Guess who it signed? Jamar in Westland. More of your feedback next, 97.1.
Hey, you know in sports, when you get sidelined by an injury, it's personal, and it feels personal, and you feel left out. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. Trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. Remember, Get David, Get Paid isn't just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. And if you or someone you know has been injured, tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Back-to-back nights with a walk-off winner. Justin Henry Malloy, the pinch hitter, drives in another pinch hitter, Andy Ibanez. Using all 26 dudes, Tigers sweep the Red Sox. NFL schedule came out last night. We've had fun with it. We played the schedule game, John's version, my version. You can go back and listen to the game-by-game breakdown with the Odyssey Rewind, with the Odyssey app. We brought up Christmas Day, which is a source of contention.
Yeah, on
John,
the show.
You like it. I like it. Heather hates it.
Yeah, the more
You're
I
appalled.
think about it and talk about it, the more I hate it. And I hated it before it was even a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, we can like it, dislike it, to any level that we want. The reason it's happening is because people will watch. Ratings are going to be great, and that's why they have scheduled the teams that fans want to see.
Heather, it doesn't feel like it. This is a reward.
Oh, yeah?
This is a reward for the Lions. They are on that pedestal now.
I get that. Good for them. That's incredible. But just don't mess with Christmas.
Your family time.
Don't mess with Christmas.
Ticket Texter says, it's about time Jesus gets the treatment I routinely get on Devil's Night, signed Satan. Goes around, comes around, apparently. Ticket Texter says, watching the Lions will be better than watching A Christmas Story for the 1,000th time. Or what was Hot Frosty was the big one last
Frosty,
year?
yes.
I don't know. Yeah, it's either NFL football or the Hallmark Channel. Give me the NFL football all day, every day.
I absolutely hate that the NFL plays on Christmas. Christmas belongs to the NBA, not the NFL. I hate having to watch the Lions on multiple holidays. It's an awful thing. I like it. Sports bring us together. Big marquee spotlights for our football teams. And I say to the guy who's going to have to work some of the time on Christmas Day now. Bring it on.
You also don't have children.
I know. I knew that was coming. Fine. You have the two little ones, so I understand your sensitivity to it.
It's very different. It is magical when you have little ones. And there's only a certain time period where it is that magical day. I mean, it's still magical. I loved it even before I had kids, but it's different. It's even better now that I have little kids.
I have Christmas on Friday.
Oh, John. She just stared daggers into your soul.
I can't wait for, quote, sports brings us together when we're bitching about why didn't they bring in another pass rusher? The Tigers are struggling in July.
But that does bring us together.
Why doesn't Stevie Y going for the playoffs?
You say that sarcastically or like with some... Greg, that does bring us together. Communal bitching is part of being a sports fan. And it does tie people together over a shared experience. Good or bad. Mostly bad as a Lions fan, but it's a hell of a lot more fun when they're good.
So one thing Heather shared with us in the break was, this is making me even more angry.
Yes, the more I think about how it's going to be.
Because she's thinking of how the day's going to play out. And she said, like, quote, the guys are going to be in the back room. Usually everybody's hanging out together. But since the Lions are on, the guys are going to be in the back room. And the women and the kids are going to be in the front room with the tree. And the women are going to have to take care of the kids.
It is. It's how it's going to go. I can see it already. And we're going to be separated. And normally it is a day where everyone's together. We're not on our devices. We're having conversations with people we don't always get to talk to. We're all hanging out together. It's going to be different.
What better
I don't love it.
What better conversation than the Lions' run defense?
Yeah. Invade the game room. Bring the kids in there.
Yeah. What if Colin came to you and said, all right, I heard you. I love you. And I'm not watching.
I would be shocked. He will be watching. I mean, but he doesn't like that it's going to be on because he does like to have this day with the family, right? Like he's not going to, he will have it will be on. It is inevitable. The TV will be on with the game. It is. Well, the game will be on. I know that because I know how he and his family are.
When he gets home, he'll rewatch it again on Christmas night.
Depending on if they win or if they lose. And that will be, if they lose, I mean, it dramatically affects his mood. Like it really does. It plays big on his mental game. So if they lose, awesome. That's cool. Merry Christmas.
Do you think it could ruin his Christmas?
Well, it's nice that it's going to happen later in the day.
Yeah,
so most of the Christmas won't be ruined, but sure.
He can wear all the new gear he gets from Santa Claus.
That's true. That is true. That's true.
Because the game won't be done until right around 8 o'clock. So if they lose, only ruins a couple hours by bed.
Yeah, right. Go to bed. Yeah.
Go to bed angry. Jeff in Roseville, last word. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi guys. Glad you got me on. I got an interesting. I agree with Heather on this and her husband. I'm one of those guys. I got 4 TVs in my basement, I got the games on every weekend. I run 2 fantasy leagues. Thursday night games were cool. They throw some of these other games on. But when it comes to Christmas, I'm even at my breaking point. I mean, my whole family knows don't bother me on Sunday. Don't call me. Don't make plans. I'm not coming if it's on Sunday. And that's the kind of fan I am. But I just think they're going way overboard with the Christmas thing. And quite frankly, even the Friday stuff on that they got on there too. It's just getting to be a little bit too much. I love the NFL. But at some point in time, it's oversaturation. And Christmas is time to spend with your family. That's just my personal opinion.
So is Thanksgiving, and we managed to do both.
I mean, I agree it's time to spend with your family, but you can spend that time with your family watching football.
But it's different. It is different. You're
So
engaged in something
be-
else. You're not fully engaged in conversation because your attention is split between something else.
Let me ask you this question.
That's all it is. I mean, I get
And
what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
I'm
I do
not trying
understand.
to convince or change your mind. I get your perspective. And if everybody's in the same room and it's just your family, it's you, Colin, the kids, and whoever you're spending that time with.
Yes.
Will there be a Christmas movie on? Or is it
No.
just there's nothing on? It's just
No, there won't be a Christmas. No.
you're just sitting
There's
around.
Christmas music.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sitting around having conversations. We normally play some games, like games that
Okay.
the
So you're playing
family
games.
can play
you're,
at.
you're taking away from it. You're, instead of watching a game, you're playing a game.
We got to get to Heather's news.
Yeah.
I am not high on your list right now.
I mean, it's cool. You do you, and I'll do me, and that's
Okay.
great.
Yep.
We just don't agree on this. Stephen A. Smith didn't hold back when responding to Charles Barkley, essentially calling him a sellout for being everywhere and having an opinion on everything. So Barkley made these comments on a recent appearance of Don't At Me with Dan Dockich, and here's the sound. And then Smith responded on his own show, calling Barkley a flaming hypocrite.
I mean, I get his point, but the problem is when you see Stephen A., he's annoying. Shaq isn't annoying. Charles isn't. They're entertaining. Just my opinion.
TGI Fridays, we all know that restaurant. It's getting a little bit of a facelift, right? Because it's got to try to get out of bankruptcy. So there's some new plans. The restaurant just announced a menu overhaul as part of what they're calling TGI Fridays' ongoing comeback story. Okay, so there's only 89 remaining locations. Last year there was 270. Wow. So there's not a lot of them left, but the CEO says this menu overhaul isn't just the only change. This is just the beginning. So you're going to see a change to their mozzarella sticks, which they're kind of known for. They say they're going to level up the flavor on their mozzarella sticks. They're going to create their own sauce, a TGI sauce. They're going to introduce a big queso energy burger, loaded tots. And then they're also introducing sips that slap. Some new beverage items, a whole bunch of new cocktails and things like that. So I don't know. Is there any around us?
I don't even know.
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you went to one?
A Friday,
TGI
long time,
Fridays?
long time ago. Live Nation is selling $30 tickets for more than 1,000 concerts this summer, which is so fun. These $30 tickets to summer. It's a new campaign that launches May 21st. It will include a ton of different artists, the Black Keys, Cyndi Lauper, Halsey, the list goes on. And it will be at concerts at Pine Knob, Michigan Lottery Amphitheater, and then Meadowbrook Amphitheater as well. Like I said, they go on sale May 21st. I looked at the list. I would be down to grab a couple cheap tickets to some of these shows. They look fun. The one that I actually highlighted was be for my kids. Kids Bop Live.
There you go.
At Pine Knob. Emily, when we go to concerts, she always says she wants to go. So we've been talking to her like, okay, well, soon you'll get to go to one. And that would be one she could go to.
She can do that, yeah.
Yeah. I'd probably leave Brooks at home and just take her. He's a menace. Let's see. A guy in Louisiana got arrested on Mother's Day after he was caught pleasuring himself inside a display shed at Lowe's.
Oh, a display shed.
Yes.
Didn't have blinds?
No, they don't have windows, but somebody must have.
Well, some of them have windows.
Do they?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of getting off track here, but yes.
Well, maybe this display shed had windows. I'm thinking of the ones that don't have windows, but somebody may have heard something or seen something through the door. Who knows? The police were called. They searched several sheds until they found the guy with his pants down, literally.
Still there?
Yes. And he's facing charges.
Was his defense, well, the door was closed?
I'm not in public.
I
I'm in
don't
the
think he
shed.
had a defense. I just think he was like, you caught me. Like, I don't think he could have. Like, the details are.
You said his pants were still down?
Yeah, there was also an
That's when
open
you
tub
send
of
the rookie
Vaseline
in.
next to it.
Oh, man. That's when you send the rookie in. All right, it's your arrest.
Book him, Dano. Okay, Heather with the news. Any other details we need to know?
There's more, but no, I'll leave those out.
Washcloth.
Okay.
Maybe some paper towels.
Dear John is next for when you need life advice. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is here. At least it feels like it today. Grass is going to be growing. I know I've mowed my lawn a couple of times. You want a great, beautiful green lawn? Give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. That number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. You purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control. You got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. And here's why you want to call them now. We've been talking about crabgrass. Still not too late to take care of it, but you got to take care of it now. It's got to have a sense of urgency. It's also the dandelions. We've seen them popping up all around town. You see them. You've got to treat them before they go to seed and they spread across your lawn. Natural Way Lawn Tree Service are not going to give you a runaround. They're not going to tell you, hey, there's a problem this week and then a different problem next week, midsummer, fall. No, they just fix it and you don't have to worry about anything. It's a locally owned company for over 3.5 decades. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees with Michigan families. They're involved in local charities, so keep your money here in Michigan. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Walk off. Everybody's in a great mood. Sweep the Red Sox. Good morning, 97-1.
It's beautiful.
We didn't talk about the wild play in the outfield. You know what the play I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. I heard, so I didn't see it until this morning, but I was listening to Dan Dickerson on the radio, and his comments were, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And his description was, long fly ball, like he's setting up for a home run.
Nearly was.
Ball is brought back into play, but then caught by another player. And then obviously AJ challenged it, and Dan Petrie was on the call with him, and he's like, I don't think it touched any of the greenery, and it's
your classic 9-8 put out.
Right. Yeah.
But Eddie lost his mind too. I mean, it's just the uniqueness of that play. And Dirks goes, why is Rafaela even there?
Right.
He's played a great center field in this series.
Yeah, and the way Dan described it too is that Rafaela, like, he stepped out of the way, but in the right direction.
Yeah.
And if he had just stepped the other way, it would have hit the ground. It would have been at least a double.
Wild play. 2 really fun games the last couple nights, 3 straight wins for the Tigers. Off day today, they'll play the Blue Jays starting on Friday. Lions schedule's out. We played the schedule game. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. Some highlights. 5 primetime games plus Thanksgiving and Christmas. 2 Monday night, 2 Sunday night, and a Thursday night. Every road game is either national TV or primetime window. Yeah, it's going to be a gauntlet.
And some of that is, one, it's the respect that the Lions have been able to earn. The other is, and we've talked about this even before we knew what the dates were going to be, the road schedule is tough. They're playing some premier opponents on the road.
There's a couple stretches. They've got back-to-back Commanders, Eagles. Those will be big games that we'll be reacting to. The stretch early, though, before Aleem McNeil is back, where they play at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, and Tampa, who beat them a year ago, and for some reason always gives them fits. They get out of who they are and what they do when they play the Buccaneers. That's a big stretch before their bye week.
Mm-hmm.
They got to navigate it, and no one's picking them to win 15 games this season.
Nope.
Going to be some steps back.
At least one.
At least one step back. John has them at 14. I have them at 13. We'll be called homers. That's fine. I have them losing twice as many games. If that's a homer, fine. I don't think they lose back-to-back games. That's a hallmark of Campbell. We both believe they win and beat up this division. That's a hallmark of Dan Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
And we both agree, and I think even the people who are picking them around, 11 wins like Tom, you still see a hot finish, right? The schedule sets up for a hot finish for this football team to prepare for the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is going to be can they get one of either the Rams or Vikings games, at least one, and then that really sets things up for at least a 5-2, 6-1 finish. I'm just keep it simple with why I'm saying 11-6. If they had Burrow, Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson when McNeil's back, I'd probably pick them to win one of those games. I didn't pick them to win any of those.
Okay, and
that's why our outcomes are different. I've got them off to a 3-3 start, and I think the talk of the town is going to be we didn't address the pass rush. I think McNeil, especially against the Ravens, man. In the run, Henry running the ball, like.
And I like Tyreek Williams, but as a rookie in your third game, that's a tough matchup.
Yeah, and I was telling our boss Jimmy, I was like, it'd be, you don't want to count on these things, but these things happen in the league, and Lamar gets hurt, and the odds of him being hurt early are less than being hurt late.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Those are the little ebbs and flows of a schedule. You don't want to count on that, but to get 3 elite quarterbacks in your first 6 games without McNeil, I think there will be consequences for that.
And then they'll have that week 8 bye, and then you really got to turn it up.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. John and Grand Blanc, you're on 97.1.
Hi, this is John here. Thanks for taking my call. I got a little bit of a beef Christmas Day. I love Thanksgiving. Christmas Day I'm a little shaky against. My biggest problem is on Netflix. I live in Holly Township, which is Oakland County, and I have all Flint channels, so I don't get the local channels, so I can't get the game on TV anyway. And I got a beef with this cable, Netflix and Prime and everything else when the locals, and I'm local, and I can't get the TV.
So, yeah, I mean, so you can't get it because they are on Netflix or if they're on Amazon Prime. Like you could still they're going to be on local channels still.
But you don't get the local channels.
But I don't get the local
channels.
channels. I get Flint channels.
Right.
Yeah.
And I live in Oakland County.
Yeah, I believe they typically do a free trial in Netflix that you just want to make sure you cancel.
Yeah, I'll have to get my grandson because they'll be over for Christmas Day.
There you go.
As the family thing, and we'll do that. I just wanted to tell you, my wife Elizabeth and I, we watch every Tiger game and every Lion game faithfully.
Love to hear it.
I record the Tiger game, turn it on about a half hour, 45 minutes afterwards, and then buzz through the in-between innings and the long innings when the other team's at bat.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, a wizard with the remote navigating through all of it.
I get it. That's usually what I do for football games. Start them about a half hour late. You don't have to worry about commercials.
Got Gator in the studio. Doug's getting settled in over there. Boys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Great.
The great Tigers win last night.
Oh, how about
this team?
Yeah, I was at that game, and it was...
you were?
Did you stay the whole time?
I did. I actually went into the locker room afterwards, too. But I was surprised at how many people did stay for the entire game. The crowd was announced, I think, 21,000.
Fans have been showing up.
Most of them were there when that run crossed home plate in the ninth inning. Ibanez coming on the Malloy single. It was just sheer genius.
You could hear it came across the TV well. By that time, I was at home and I was watching, and you could feel the energy in the stadium.
It was, it was kind of dead for a while. And then the Tigers get 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning, and everybody's all excited. Yeah, well, it's a Skubal start now. He's got a 3-run cushion, no problem.
Yeah.
And then he promptly gives up the 3 runs along with the bullpen, but they were all charged to Skubal. Like, what just happened? That's not how that works. You don't get 5 runs on Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
Now when he's striking out 11 guys.
Right.
Like, what is happening here?
It was weird.
Yeah, it really was. It was strange. And then you had thought it was a home run, not a home run by Kerry Carpenter. He had 2 balls like that. One went for a single, and the other one was a crazy catch in right field that you just have to take your hat off to them. I mean, that's a great job of the center fielder coming over and offering help just in case, and he was needed. I mean, it was fantastic, even though it was from the other team.
So I imagine you guys talking Tigers, Lions schedule.
Yeah, just give it all away, Jim.
I intend to.
Exactly.
Doug's going to have them going.
Yeah. Do you guys do the win-loss prediction?
I didn't write it down. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I did it mentally, and I didn't remember which games I thought that they might lose, and I had a range of wins, is what I did.
Okay, you're doing a range.
A range.
And I went into the middle.
Yeah.
Of that range.
Split the difference.
Yeah. Somewhere between 9 and 17.
What's that?
Somewhere between 9 and 17.
No, but somewhere between 10 and somewhere less than 17. Yeah.
Okay. Narrowing it down. All right. Karsch and Anderson, they're coming up next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program with you for the next 4 hours here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing good.
4 hours?
Yeah, that's how long the show is, Scott.
Sounds like a long time.
Do you remember the shows used to be 3 hours long? Like most of those sports talk shows were 3 hours long, and then they expanded them to 4 hours. I remember talking to people in the industry like, ooh, 4 hours.
Wow. Look
4
out.
hours. Are you sure you want to do 4 hours? I'm like, am I sure I want to do 4 hours? And, I'm like, I'm fine with it. That's a long time. And I guess we have to address you guys only work 4 hours a day.
Right,
which is you get
Good call.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's a lot more goes into it, but given it's fun work preparing for and thinking about sports. But anyway, yes, it's 4 hours.
Man.
Yep, this just in. So did you enjoy your trip to Comerica last night?
I did.
Yeah?
I did.
Any observations?
I got a little bit of a late start, but I still made it in time to see the Tigers come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. But observations. It was a weird outing to see Skubal be dialed in enough where he's striking out 11 guys and yet got charged for giving up 5 runs. You don't expect to see that from Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
He gave up a walk. So that is,
So I mean, let's just get right to it.
Yeah.
Do they send him down?
Right? I mean, honestly, he's given up 2 walks in his last 61 innings. 2. I think, or is it 61 innings? Or is it 61 strikeouts to 2 walks? That's what it is. That's an insane ratio of strikeouts to walks. And I jokingly said, remember where you were when Tarek Skubal walked a batter. Sure. We're going to remember this.
Sure.
Put it down, write it down. Because it just doesn't happen all that often. And, he's allergic to them. He avoids them like the plague. But happened last night. It's okay. They were able to get past a good Red Sox team without having their best pitcher pitch anywhere near his best. And when there was that heartbreak in the top of the 7th inning, when, we're all elated with a 3-run lead in the bottom of the 6th, and then 3 runs come across in the top of the 7th to tie it. It's deflating. But at the same time, it's like, all right, we're the home team. We get the last at bat. I'm okay with this. We got some things up our sleeve. We'll see what happens. And then what I thought was just sheer genius took over in the 9th inning for the Tigers. A.J. Hinch is a wizard. And he just pushes all the right buttons. Hey, I'm going to bring in a pinch hitter at this point in time. I know it's Aroldis Chapman, and he's like impossible to hit. But Aroldis Chapman, the day after, is a different pitcher. Aroldis Chapman on Tuesday night was throwing like 102 miles an hour. Aroldis Chapman last night started off throwing 96, 97, ramped it up, I think got to 99 was his high. But you could see there's a clear difference, and by several miles an hour. So that's something. But when you bring in Ibanez, who's coming in as a pinch hitter for Zach McKinstry, and he draws a 5-pitch walk, you know that Chapman doesn't have his best stuff. I mean, 5 pitches, he just wasn't finding the plate.
Yeah, he's not thinking, I want to walk the winning run.
No. So, okay, takes kind of the bat out of the hands of Ibanez, but whether it's a base hit or a walk, it's the same thing to start off the inning. It's awesome. Then the decision to send Ibanez. Now, why would you send him? On a left-handed pitcher who gets the ball to home plate in a hurry. Well, the reason you would is because what the Red Sox did was a defensive replacement right before that started by bringing in Wong, the catcher. So Wong doesn't have a whole lot of time to warm up and throw the ball down at second base. So I'm thinking to myself, that is absolutely brilliant to send the runner, because the catcher's had one chance to throw it down to second base all day, and that was literally 30 seconds earlier, right? So he goes to take off and steal. The throw is way off the mark. It's high and sails over the heads of the middle infielders, goes into center field, and Ibanez picks up and takes on over to third base.
Now, they said that Navarez was hurt, the catcher, and that's why they went with the backup.
Yeah, fair enough, because they had a pinch runner that came in and all that. But my point is that they had to go to a backup catcher who didn't have a whole lot of time to warm up.
He didn't.
So when you notice that, it's one of these little things that you can pick up on why A.J. Hinch is a genius. Go ahead and send Ibanez, which I wouldn't think you're going to send Andy Ibanez. Not against the left-handed pitcher. Not against the left-handed pitcher, throws 100 miles an hour. But when you add it together that this is a guy who just got in the game, makes sense. Throws it wild, gets to third base. You got a runner at third and nobody out, and you're feeling pretty good about yourselves. Now, unfortunately, Sweeney struck out. Baez pops it up to first base. And
it felt like it was going to be wasted.
Yeah. And then the decision to bring in, you could have brought in Torkelson. You could have brought in a different right-handed hitter, but he says no. Justin Henry Malloy is going to come in right now for Akil Baddoo, and we're gonna roll with him. He said afterwards, because this is what Malloy does. He commands the strike zone. He knows what the strike zone is, and he'll put the ball in play if he can, or if he has to. It's exactly what happened, and it worked. He gets a base hit, and it was amazing. And then speaking with Malloy afterwards, the preparation these guys go through that nobody understands, it's really impressive for a guy who's not playing in the game, because some of the reporters were asking him, how do you get prepared? And he's like, well, it all starts that, I do another stretch after like the third inning, and he's detailing like inning by inning what he does, knowing that his opportunity is going to come up later in the game or might come up later in the game. So he has to stay ready to go. And by the fifth inning, I'm going down in the cage and I'm taking at bats, and now I'm starting to look at the bullpen and seeing who's in their bullpen, who do I have, who's likely to come up, and I'm going through video on them and all this, and it's like it's brilliant. And then he says it's these little things, but they pay off, and I'm like, yes, it's these little things that the guys do that pays off. Now, do I think most major leaguers probably do stuff like this? Yes, but it's stuff that we don't really think about, of what a bench player does to get himself ready to handle a situation like facing Aroldis Chapman in the bottom of the ninth inning with 2 outs and a runner at third. All the pressure in the world is on you to get that run home, and you do it. It was awesome.
It was a really great moment, and it got me thinking back. Scott Harris.
Yeah.
Do you know, like amongst his first moves when he took over was he claimed Andy Ibanez off waivers from Texas, who drew the walk, stole second, went to third on the wild throw, and scored the winning run. And he traded Joe Jimenez for Justin Henry Malloy, who knocked in Andy Ibanez. Those were amongst the first moves made by Scott Harris, he's not, a lot to prove yet for Scott Harris, trending in the right direction, though. And last night, those 2 early moves paid off for the Tigers GM, or president of baseball operations. Here we sit with the best record in baseball. The Tigers win again. Do you know what their pace is?
I don't know what the pace is. Probably 108 games or something.
107 wins, which would be a franchise record.
Wins, not games. Yeah.
It's been pretty good. Run differential now up to plus 86. There's a lot to talk about with last night's game. We got the Lions schedule, which is out. We've got a taste test for you in the noon hour, which I'm looking forward to. Listener pointed out a great point made by Dan Dickerson on the broadcast last night. We'll get to that today at 10:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make even smarter play with new player performance trends if you so choose. Want to see if a guy is hitting consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double in the playoffs. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once a game starts, you can do live prop bets, same-game parlays for a chance to win even bigger. But here is what I really want you to take advantage of. If you are not a FanDuel customer yet, right now is the time to get in. And if your first $5 bet wins, you get $200 in bonus bets. So I've talked about the formula. Find a prop bet. You can have alternate spreads. So when you make that prop bet play, you can, do over-under on strikeouts for Skubal last night. You could do over 5.5. It won't score big on that first bet. However, you will get the $200 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's a new one, right?
The great Dan Dickerson on the call.
And I used to say that in my household.
Let the baby powder fly.
Here we go.
She's potty trained now.
Yeah.
It was a ditty that said, let the baby oil fly.
Stop it.
Okay.
That's Doug.
That bad.
I mean.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Dude's on trial right now.
Kang, I actually want to get to the text you got there because I mentioned Dickerson before the break. He made a point last night, and it's interesting. I don't know if it 100% applies, but he pointed out, and a listener heard this and sent it over to me. Boston has a guy refusing to switch positions, endeavors. Detroit has a guy who volunteers to switch positions and resurrects his career. And Detroit sweeps Boston. Detroit also has a player that wasn't stoked to switch positions in Gleyber Torres in New York. At this point, he doesn't need to switch positions.
Nope.
But I wonder if he changes tune now, given the clubhouse culture that they have going on and how what Javi has done. And apparently Javi and Torres are pretty close and they're considered to be good, good buddies. And there's a theory out there that Torres' presence has helped Javi. But, it's pretty interesting. And the whole, look, we're going to make a big deal out of the Bregman thing. Whatever. He chose somewhere else. Don't mind hanging 3 L's on him. I mean, the guy he didn't even have 4 hits last night. So,
right. I mean, all he did against the Tigers in the 3-game series was
lose. That's all he did was lose. All he did was lose.
4 for 11.
Yeah.
With 2 home runs and 2 RBIs.
Yep. So anyway, long story short, it's just it's indicative of where this team is and what they're doing. And Benetti made a point on last night's TV broadcast. He said we've all seen the way players are measured changing. Like it's not, it used to be just basically batting average, but now you have things that are taken into consideration, like a player's wins above replacement, a player's defensive runs saved. Like there's all these new metrics. And he said something that might be true of the Tigers, might not be true of the Tigers, but it's something to think about. He said, are we going to be able to maybe quantify and measure, I'm paraphrasing here, how the pieces fit together? When you make up a whole roster, from the first guy to the last guy, how do they fit together?
Well, there has to be a commonality among the players. And I think it goes back to the very first press conference that Scott Harris had when he goes and starts telling everybody, detailing what he looks for in a player and talking about the strike zone, and pitchers have to command it, and so do the hitters. Hitters have to know what the strike zone is and play within themselves. But it's interesting you're bringing this up because there's a Cody Stavenhagen who writes for, I believe, The Athletic, right? He has an article out, and he put an excerpt of it on Twitter today. And bear with me while I read it because I think it's very poignant to this. He says, in the first team meeting of spring training, A.J. Hinch played a video in front of a packed room. The footage amounted to highlight reel from last season. There were all defining moments. Parker Meadows' home run in Seattle, or the home run rob in Seattle. Tarek Skubal's strikeouts in clutch circumstances, always punctuated with his mammoth roars. There were walk-off hits and dazzling plays. But there were smaller moments, too. Matt Manning coming up and pitching as the 27th man in a rainy doubleheader. Cater Montero twirling a complete game in September. Ryan Kreidler sliding to stop a ball down the third baseline and firing across the diamond, his throw scooped by Spencer Torkelson at first. The point was not to relive the exhilaration of a sterling 31-11 run. It was to show all the many moments that unfold over 162 games, to highlight just how many players are needed to survive the grind, to emphasize the fact that the Tigers could not have been the darlings of baseball last September without contributions, grand and microscopic, from late March in Chicago all the way to the division series in Detroit. Here's the quote from A.J. Hinch. I did it because I wanted to show who we are. There's so many things that happened, and if you don't take a step back, you'll miss it. They preach every day about the little things that you do as baseball players to make, in the end, a big contribution. It is all these things we've talked about. Going from first to second on a sacrifice fly, or going from first to third on a base hit. taking that extra base is so important for this team, and it's just one of a million things that they do, the small little things that they do really well that matter. Stopping a ball from going into the gap, laying it all out on the line to make sure that you stay in front of it to hold a runner at first base instead of getting to second or whatever the case is. It's the little things that they do that matter. And do they focus on it more than other teams? They might. And maybe that's part of the secret sauce.
Yeah, it's been really good, really fun to watch. This team they find a way to win on nights where they score a bunch of runs and give up a bunch of runs. They find a way to win in 2-1 games. They find ways all over the place to win baseball games with great pitching, or they make the defensive play that matters, or they go from first to third that gets them the extra 90. There's all kinds of examples of those things stacking up and making a difference in the end. And the good news is, like we talked about yesterday, the momentum in the organization from top to bottom, how much must the guys who aren't playing right now because they're injured have to be dying to get back here.
Yeah.
Can't wait to be part of this. The guys in the minors at AA and the lower levels, the prospects must be like, this is awesome. I got a chance to get up there and get on this team to compete. I'm going to do everything in my power. It has a trickle-down effect. And, we've talked about the free agency and how pitchers must be like, can I go get to Fetter Industries? Can I get on that assembly line and have them churn out a better version of me? Because that's what Chris Fetter has done. And, you look at bullpen acquisitions and guys that they picked up with little fanfare. I mean, absolutely little fanfare where they either get called up or get picked up or get drafted. And the next thing you know, Will Vest and Tyler Holton and John Brebbia and whomever you want to name is getting a big out here or there. And they're not all perfect. The team's not perfect. But they are finding ways to win games with players that, quite frankly, the average fan, and I don't mean just Detroit fan, I mean just the average fan wouldn't think would build up a collection of players that would be this good. But that's why that whole point by Benetti last night, and your point about doing the little things, who was at the road of Petzold?
Cody Stavenhagen.
Sorry, Cody, my bad. All are relevant right here, right now, and why this team has gotten to be where it is. Crowd pretty good last night, huh? You're a Gator being there?
Yeah, it wasn't a huge crowd. It was 21,000 people, but they stayed to the end. And that's what happens when the game is in the balance. But it wasn't like one of these like, okay, let's go, let's beat traffic. Most of that crowd was still there at the end, and they were rewarded with an excellent come from behind win. And when Malloy, the other thing he was saying after the game of talking about the hit, he's like, I had to make sure I did all the things I'm supposed to do. I made sure that I hit first base and look over, make sure that Andy crosses home plate before we can start any kind of celebration. We want to focus on that. And then, he goes to second, it starts trotting to second base, and the whole team comes out and they celebrate with him, in the middle of the diamond. And it was awesome. At that point, it's just sheer joy and excitement about the moment.
Kang, can you tell the people about the text yesterday? Kang sifts through the text and sends them over to us, and we read stuff to help forward the conversation and that might bring up some interesting points. Or disagree with us or whatever the case is, but you don't send them all over. You got one yesterday that is hysterical.
Yeah, and now in hindsight, I wish I had because of what happened last night. But we got a text yesterday, guys, that said, I can't remember if he signed it or not, but he said, I could go the rest of my life without ever seeing Justin Henry Malloy bat in a Tigers uniform ever again. All right, this is before last night, of course. And then when he hit that, I just thought immediately about that text and said, yeah. And then I understand, like, players, he's not playing well or whatever. I don't know if Tiger fans or every fan expects every player and every team to be good. Like, it's just
all the time.
It's just not sustainable. It's not going to happen. But so I that one I wish I would have sent over.
It's like there's no such thing as a perfect team. You strive for perfection, but there's no such thing as a perfect team. So you do what you can to win with who you have. And you find what A.J. Hinch seems to be brilliant at is putting his guys in the right positions to make plays.
Well, Malloy is 6 for his last 15, and he has contributed greatly during this time.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.